Hey guys, I'm here. Working on getting this done. Just got back in. I won't be here long. I've got to go back out for things. I wasn't really planning on going live at all, really. Today. Because of all things I got to hear, plus health stuff. Um, but I think some things need to be addressed. So, I'm gonna. I'm gonna, in the quickest manner possible this morning. Um, okay, so, um, alright, not sure really where to start. Oh god, no girl, we only need one of me today. Alright, so, here's the deal. I knew yesterday this was up, I didn't watch, I'd heard someone said, and just like, nah, I'm gonna pass, right? Anyway, this morning, a helpful few of you. I was in a good enough mood because of things here. I was like, send the clips. Send me the clips. Before I die from health shit today, send me the clips so I can learn. So, I gotta tell you, it helped. Thanks, guys. The laughter this morning is real. Um, Seriously. And I knew yesterday about old Janky Hips over there. I know others had laughs and laughs about that. This morning, uh, y'all just look. I'm not sure what you think, but it should have probably struck you weird from the beginning. You see, there's this thing about letting your enemies know what you're doing before you're doing them. It's kind of like rule number one. Now, you all often act like Pomeranians, cheese wrappers. You just piss all over yourselves. You can't keep things and, you just do the things. Like when you come here, your dogs, you have to immediately put on it. You have to say all the things, you do all the things. And you have to wonder, y'all tormented me for years now to try to get everything from me that I know or this and blah blah, and I won't give you any of this shit. Years. And still yet I see. I'm not the Pomeranian and cheese wrapper or piss all over myself. Just have to say all the things. So it should probably have struck people weird on why it is that in this case, several others, moments throughout this Jurassic Park walk, why it is that I let you all know in advance what I was doing. Much like taking Ziggy here to court. And as predicted, they did the exact same thing they do, and they have done throughout Summer's case. At least where it concerns us, and I've watched them do with other things around Summer's case. Same playbook, same play. They did it with Little and I courts, branch houses. They did it around the fake bullshit set up lawsuit. They did same shit around each time Monster and I would go to court. I let you all be the proof and evidence again. Against your own stupid selves. Congrats. Now you see what we have is a very real pattern that law enforcement, courts, district attorneys, feds, etc. can follow, and people in other cases are latched on. You all are creatures of habit. Monsters have a way. They have a flavor. You dumbasses have a playbook, plus all the other features and patterns. You see, I've dealt with monsters and patterns and their playbooks and all this most of my life. Well, learn how to hunt them, spot them, recognize them, and wait. You all have been no different. Now, the thing about this is, I am absolutely taking Ziggy to court. There's nothing she can do about that. Win, lose, or draw, it's not going to matter in the end. It means a pathway. Groundwork laid. For others, other cases, to unwind shit. Summers, I don't know, to stop these tragedy pimps in it. Everything there is true about that. But what they've done around this, and the reason, because I could have saved up quietly in the background. I could have asked one of those in the background quietly, without anybody ever knowing, to help me do this, because those would have. I did not do that, and also because I want to be very transparent with this. But it was also the reason I let it be known publicly was because of things shaking here. Other things, many reasons, but it's time, whatever, etc. But it also, I knew they do what they inevitably do each and every day. And that is, they set about in a systematic way to target, harass us online. They just pile on. They start doing it in different ways than, say, like the lead up to this has been weeks with Monster, right? For the holidays, through the holidays, etc. La la. That too is a pattern. It's what they do. Anyway, it's his, it's theirs, it just is. Important dates, little birthday coming up in a day or two, type of shit. It's what they're gonna do. But I finally have enough. I decide because of things here on the ground. And otherwise, how dangerous shit's getting, it's time. These people go back to the same systematic play they've done in Summer's case around everything, and especially around the satelliting things I and Little have going, and the ways in which they've tampered and screwed with us, and law enforcement and courts. In order to lay down that pathwork and show it to law enforcement, DAs, etc. once again. Alright, same playbook. All the way back to the scamathon years ago. I get threats, blah, 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 and blackmail, all these other things, right? I really get pinpoint, harmful, extreme things targeted at us. Then they go about trying to find the detective's names, or this one's names, or that one's whatever, who to contact, trying to, no. Oh boy, yeah, do they? And then they start having you all as subs, chat members, etc. They put the carnival barkers, pebbles in the pond. They themselves start contacting courts, DAs, judges' offices, all kinds of shit. And what they do is they try to talk shit in their nice little office lady voices. They do this, that, and the other. They accuse us of false shit. They try to make us look crazy before they come in. They try to, make it to where nobody takes us seriously because they're inundating. They call every service known to man, every court. They tamper with everything. And that, and how this is happening is that Bones and JankyHips are linked, obviously. JankyHips is now, for the past, since word broke I was taking on Zigzag to court, has been calling in false reports or threatening to do whatever, that I've taken out hits on Ziggy. Absolutely untrue. We all know it. Anyway, I mean, Jesus Christ. Break. So they're twisted. They're calling in fucking Fruit Loops sounding shit. They're doing whatever they're threatening to. Or they're putting a pebble out in the pond where other woo-woos do it. They're also making sure to try to hammer down at Little again, putting her name in chats, this, the other. Either way. So, and I know that these particular departments here are very well aware of these stupid fucking games and how you're doing them around, especially Little and I each time. And this right here enabled it to be seen again. When you all knew that I and the kids were the only ones that could really get anything done in legal terms or charge around the scamathon, you did it. Other moments throughout this when you knew I could charge or pick up a phone or a monster violator or any of this other shit, you've done the same exact thing. Same exact play-by-play. You've done it again. And you've done it so openly and so simplistically. I mean, this time it was the laziest effort I've ever seen. You think these courts weren't waiting on it too? Law enforcement? Services? You're misusing, calling in fake shit too? Trying to have your chats too? Think they're not wise to the patterns that you think they don't know shit you don't know on the ground or about me? Or what's really shaking? You'd be wrong. You're idiots. And you smell like monsters in fear. Now, me personally, I don't give a fuck about your fear. Monsters often fear the masks coming off. They fear consequences for their actions. They fear being held accountable. I don't give a fuck how afraid you are. But it shows each time you do this. And it shows the links you'll go to in and around anybody trying to get you held accountable. Especially around these open and active investigations. You feel entitled or right or just your needful things or greedy or cons or whatever it is to do what you're doing, no matter what the cost to other people in their lives, what harm you bring, and you mind fuck people into thinking it's obviously you're doing some sort of good and this there and justified in whatever, and these people are like, yay! And you pay and you profit off of it. The slander, defamation, libel, harassment, stalking, real life crimes you commit, the tampering with courts, tampering with this, the calling in false shit on people, doing whatever it is it takes to shut them up, silence them, get whatever you want from them, anything, for anything, for anything. But for you all, mostly. Not these victims, survivors, fighters, their families, communities, law enforcement, the cases, it's for you all. And you use everybody's name around anything, the fucking communities, the people in them, law enforcement, courts, etc., to make your incomes, while most of you are nothing more than larger criminals and those you proclaim to hunt. Bigger drug addicts, cons, manipulators, liars, than any you swear you're out to expose or do this or that or the other two. You are the fucking monster. I'm not a big monster fan. Now, don't get me wrong, I can get down with some old school Blob or like Creature of the Black Lagoon, but y'all ain't it. Alright? Y'all ain't it. I don't like your flavor of monster. Hell, I didn't like Monster for 3 decades for being a monster. You think I'm down with y'all or cool? I told you when I started this channel what it was being started for, and it was to hunt you. And what you've done, and what you're still continuing to do in some respects. I came with a fucking warning. I was very transparent. I don't know what to tell you. Really don't. Oh, look, it's the real mayors. So, I think we're gonna start here. Well, okay, start. You know what? Look, Bones there. Lord. And let's put a start marker that just a couple weeks ago after suddenly AB taking her in, much like Ziggy lately, over at AB's, where Monster stalled Jenny, Adrian, Penny, the rest are under the skirts of that one and chasing, etc. And AB has hopefully helped Monster outright, put out paperwork he was not supposed to and do all things, and just the lineup of all things. But Lip Lock suddenly joined up after AB with the threat there not just a couple weeks ago. With her whole claim to fame for several years around here has been that she was in trouble, committed witness intimidation, then got charged for that, then got out of it by witness intimidation again. So a couple weeks ago, she looks at us in the camera, threatens me a bunch of shit, whatever. Anyway, and then is like, oh, witness intimidation, Jody Sue, we all got the threat. We all got it. Now, JankyHips is making false reports, allegedly, supposedly, or trying to use her people to do so. That ain't gonna turn out well. Especially after threatening me not just a couple weeks ago. And going, witness intimidation, and y'all seen the crazy shit. We went over it now. And now here we are. And Bones is being taken to court. And her buddy, and now she's gonna do things. Yeah. That has a flavor on it, doesn't it? It really does. So anyway. Um, this looks like the freak outish thing number 2 after I said I'm pulling you to court settings. And so we're gonna play this. Let me know if y'all can hear it.
So I've decided to make an executive decision. Well, first, Dirty Sue, F the F off. You know what that stands for, right? Stop saying I'm getting people murdered and all.
Oh dear. Okay. Freak show. Let's see. This one.
How would Lawson know if she was unfounded? Well, she probably has a reputation, I'm guessing. See, another thing me and Fred talked about yesterday is once again why they chose him to wear a wire. He went to school with Nate Simpson, okay? So it started there. Is that?
Now I'll tell you, I don't know what the hell this. Look. All I can tell you is that you know what? Let's just leave. I already sent this where it needed to go this morning.
That's how it started. Communicating with Nate Simpson. If you guys want to know the truth, there's some undercover information. That's all I can say. Nate Simpson, I guess, is the head of a narcotics, or works with the narcotics unit or something, is what Fred said, or...
Now, I don't know about you all, but I don't think those folks like being outed, and I'm pretty sure it's a no-no in legal terms. But either way, let me just tell you, every detective and cop and everything from every unit, everywhere close under any agency was in there. Okay? With Summer's case. Trying to help the investigation. You know, so no matter what their job position, normally they were pulled in to help, you know, talk to everybody and do all the things. Now, we all know each other. Most of us live close. Anyway, we all may know who a lot of these people are in and out of uniform, and have histories with them throughout our lives. One in particular, if they're, I don't know what they're doing, but either way, I sent it on to their people this morning, to their families and such, and girlfriends, folks. I'm sure they'll be glad to hear what Fred and Bones are up to. Or everybody will get a laugh. Anyway, whatever. And it does look like certain mayors and things have already gotten wind of it too. As you could hear the ding a minute ago.
So, Nate Simpson put in a good word for Fred. Or they... Once he gets out, he said there's so much more he can tell me. The first thing I'm going to ask him about is the cotton story. How that all went down exactly, like step by step. And where that came from, you know? Not because I want to...
Step by step on where that came from. It came from Fred!
test him and whether he's telling the truth, but because I want to show people that he is telling the truth.
Right. Sure. Okay. So then we have
Sue is acting this way towards me or towards us or whatever she...
Alright. So this is Bones doubling down. Doing her thing. She's getting the cards out, guys. She's got the cards out. Oh God. Oh God, the cards! No! Alright. Y'all won't believe me? I'm gonna say this. And maybe I've already touched on this. A couple weeks ago, I was watching one of these fucking Fruit Loop psychics. They were talking to my damn spirit. Mine and Summers. But mine. Didn't we play that piece here? Either way. It was a hell of a way to find out I was dead. It's like, oh God. I've been really dead this whole time. Fucking psychic medium frauds. Anyway. Yesterday, there's one connected with Ziggy who's going full tilt. Got him, I don't know, about 10K in views, talking about how, wildly enough, I was supposedly working with somebody summer, and then, they started talking. They're like, oh, she's got good spirits around her. She must have had people pass recently. No shit! No shit, that's not worldwide known knowledge, is it? Oh my God! The mediums and psychics, they're onto something. They know Jody Sue's had somebody pass around her. Somebody important that loves her, like her pap or her brother. Oh my God, her uncles recently, you know. Oh no. The spirit box sits onto something. Ding, ding. Right. But wildly enough, this one associated with Ziggy is going with the same narrative last night that I'm working with somebody. It's helpful to prove that one's in Bones' chat, especially while she did this. Found it pretty sickening that she was also talking to Summer's spirit, you know, the usual. Yeah. I just want to reach out and hate these people. But anyway, I digress. Ziggy has the cards out about me again. Oh God! Oh my God! Oh! Alright, carrying on.
Sue is acting this way towards me or towards us or whatever she's doing. Why is Sue being like this? I got the Five of Coins, which is the card of like feeling left out in the cold, feeling abandoned. Seven of Swords is somebody who feels backstabbed. Okay, and money.
Oh my God. No. It took cards. It took cards for a manipulative con who relies on being able to, you know, oh God, pick up on people's emotional states and all these vulnerabilities they have and all this shit in order to use them throughout life without cards. Alright, pick up on these things. Oh my God, how discerning. There's a woman for 3 decades been in domestic violence. Her abuser triggers her. There's another for the billionth time cheating thing happened. Oh my God, and I'm in a box. And oh, and the backstabbing and the bullshit from everywhere around Summers, everything, plus in real life. Oh my God, however would you discern any of that without the cards? It's a Four of Cups, it's a devil, it's a whatever, it's an upside down this, I don't know, take it and shove the whole deck sideways up your ass. Oh my God, it took cards. Oh God, the cards are on to something. Seriously. Seriously.
I thought. This is the card of like charity, and if she comes out feeling like making people feel Sue is.
Hold on, we're just gonna play this.
Acting this way towards me or towards us or whatever she's doing. Why is Sue being like this? I got the Five of Coins, which is the card of like feeling left out in the cold, feeling abandoned. Seven of Swords is somebody who feels backstabbed. Okay, and money, just like I thought. This is the card of like charity, and if she comes out feeling like making people feel like bad for her, like she's being like isolated or treated bad in a way, if she can make people feel like she has been betrayed or backstabbed in a way, then she can make money off of it.
Oh, and there it is. It's an instant. Oh, flippy script, y'all. Oh my God. Right. This is a con who's terrified. This is an emotional manipulator, gaslighter, whatever. Being like, if, and like, seriously, y'all get it, right? Do I have to explain this? If she can make you all feel like she's, isolated or abused or say la la or make her feel bad, then charity, money, la 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 la, right? Or she's being, look, homie, y'all have heard the pick up yourselves in the stalking and the shit that's going on there. You can hear it audibly for yourselves. It ain't me out there doing all that shit and all these trucks and everything else coming by as this shit's picking up because of this dipshit here. So if I can make you feel like I'm isolated, if I'm whatever, then, oh God, and I can use it, or if I'm done wrong or backstabbing it, you mean like them using their abuser and making us feel, all these things, or if there's a real abuser in place? Yeah, no. Right? Wow. Okay. So if I mention anything about my domestic violence or being isolated or maintained in a box, this set together, I must be selfish and it must be about charity and money and Lola. You know what this is? do you know what she's doing here? Do you realize? Because it's pretty easy to get. Bones is afraid. Because she knows if money comes in, it helps take her to court. Right? So she wants people to believe I'm over here sad fishing, doing whatever for money, profit, whatever, because she wants to push out that narrative under the guise of cards and bullshit and games and flip script with the truth and dare, which is that we really are abused, domestic violence plays a role, they really are using our abuser to do all these things, the domestic violence against us, Bones really is creating danger on the ground and otherwise to other people and all, yeah. She really has brought up people to our doors. She's done, all these things. So there's a truth here. But the truth is she's terrified of facing all these things she's had part in, and she wants you to make you think that I'm doing something wrong according to her cards. It's about money, charity, sad fishing, right? That way it hopefully cuts waterworks to anybody helping take her to court because she's afraid. See, what I'm not afraid of, Bones, unlike you, is this. Last night, I got another 20 and it was supposed to go to Little. That's exactly where it went. And then another 10. So, today's tally is 290 so far. I've been absolutely transparent with these receipts the entire way. I will continue to be. The money's still sitting here on me. Still sitting here. Alright. And as always, your receipts will be shown. I've been transparent throughout all this shit. Unlike somebody else. Now, I do have receipts on Ziggy and her people that she's calling scammed, done whatever to, etc. Run brackets on you all about in my inbox for years now. Giving me all the receipts on her and what they've done to her. And I don't need tarot cards. I mean, I could show them. I can tag Deception Detective. You want me to? I'll do it. Anyway, we're going to continue.
Something that I want to see if she really feels like betrayed or backstabbed, or if this is like something mental going on, mental illness. Does she really feel like she's being...
Oh, that's gonna smack mightily in court. Is this mental illness? Did y'all know tarot cards can now diagnose mental illness? And did you know that you're not supposed to be doing that online? Google Terms of Service says so. Did you know that? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Wow. These holes, they just keep getting deeper, don't they? Holy shit.
Backstab? I do see where she's using it, to get money for sure. Five of Wands in reverse.
Oh, she does see it where I'm certainly using it to get money for sure. Oh, there's no drop. Y'all don't give her a penny because she's gonna take me to court. I don't want that. I'm terrified of all the truth.
She doesn't really feel like that. It's just to try to get attention. She just wants attention. She feels abandoned and forgotten and left out in the cold and nobody's paying attention to her, blah, blah, blah. And so she makes up this fake bullshit like she's being betrayed in some way or hurt in some way. But as you can see, the Five of Wands is in reverse. Upright, it would mean conflict, like it says, but it's in reverse. So it means that she knows that.
But yet, she wants people to believe this, right? That she's being harmed in some way. Bitch, you can't fake a heart attack. You can't fake people showing up at your damn door after you've done stuff. Nobody has to fake or look for attention when you're driving by her house, stalking her ass and screaming, yelling, waving with your own kid in the car, laughing about it, stalking us, doxing the shit out of everything, talking shit about my family, doing what you've done, run my DV, or starting your memberships, literally in your own words. That's how Ziggy, for years now, started her memberships, was on my domestic violence in the same breath. Oh, we're going to talk about neighbor. I'm starting memberships. Yep, with my picture, my domestic violence up on screen. For those of you who are unaware. And that's all life was about with me when she started memberships in her Discord. Top tier membership things, too. And the intention to be to go in those Discords and talk about me. The first threat ever received was from Ziggy's people. Well known and still continuing to be circling people of hers. Before I was ever on YouTube. Oh yeah. All the things Bones has done, I'm telling you, it's enough. More than enough. Just what's been done in the past week to hell this woman never alone. No, I'm good. I'm good. You can't fake any of this. And I have proof of them all. Not making it up for attention. I don't need attention. Not in the least. I actually pretty well hate it here. So, there's that. Not big on whatever the hell this is. Not about all this shit they're about, nor have I ever been. I ain't the one over here going, hit that like button, sub up, members, drop that link, hey, drop this, drop that, tag this one's name, do that, this, the No. I actually fight against and rail against shit like that. They don't. They use mine, my children's names, Summer's names, their brothers, everybody else is in between. We are their content. We are their income streams. And they do everybody here, from Summer, her brothers, entire community, etc., damage for their game. Either way, we're gonna carry on.
Nobody's like messing with her. Nobody's competing with her. Nobody's doing any of that. She just feels abandoned. Poor Jody Sue. And she wants money. She's using it to get charity and attention. That's crazy. That just spelled it out straight out. You should look up what those cards mean.
Charity and attention. Okay. I think what we should really do is take that piece and what she should really be saying, what her mouth really means is, I'm terrified that if people continue like is happening right now, and well, I should probably check that to make sure it's not little, but they tell me this can go to taking Ziggy to court or little. So I'll ask her thoughts, but either way, sitting at 310. We're getting there, folks. Well, actually, I think it's 308 was the one filing fee for one, not including the service fee of like 42 or 47. Can go up to 5, but either way. So I don't know. Looks like we're almost there, Bones. Anyway, what she should be saying is, I'm terrified of being taken to court. But, and I don't want to be, and I'm real heckin' sorry or anything else, but it's fear. So instead, she's trying to cut off anybody helping take her to court under the guise and saying, Jody Sue, charity, she wants attention, she wants this, she wants that. Yeah? Really? No. No, no. 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 I want justice. I want you all stopped. I want you held accountable for what you've done. In Summer's case, to Ian Little, and to leave a pathway and paperwork and groundwork for others in other cases and other places and other things you all do, and for law enforcement and feds is there to have these things that can be easily and quickly accessed and known about each of you and how you operate in around these cases, and who you are the next time people tap you, sue you, try to get you on criminal charges, whatever it is. It'll make it easier. Win, lose, or draw in this case. Win, lose, or draw. It's on paperwork and it's in courts. And it starts the ball. I don't want attention. I don't want charity. I want fucking justice, answers, and truth. And I want it for a great deal many, including all the cases you've all already been through, and you were able to tamper, blackmail, target, silence, tamper with courts, do this and the other, to help try to discredit those calling you the fuck out. That's what I want. The rest of it I could give a shit less about. I always have. I told you all while I was jumping from Facebook to hear what my intentions were, and I have stayed on that path. I am hunting. And it's just time. You've done enough. I've got enough.
This deck even has the one word on it to give you an idea. See, I'm not bullshitting. Oh yeah, I looked at the screen like she was all serious. I'm going to be... So, I looked it up, and it's going to cost about $200. Now, I've talked to some lawyers, and it's a slam dunk. I don't need one, but a civil suit is about $200, and then, I might need
Let's see, she's screwing up shit on purpose. Did I say I needed a lawyer? Is that what I'm trying to raise money for? Nope. Nope. And I said I was hitting this in a 2 to 3 prong effort. One of those is free, other two are not. And lawyers told me that even I had enough to where I didn't need them. Now, if I get wind, she's got one, I might. But I don't think I'll need any more than like $100 one somewhere. You know what I mean? Just kind of stand there quietly and put out whatever I've got, basically.
But so I just need like maybe $300 to $500. That's so wrong. She's scamming people for using that to scam people, guys. It's such a scam, and I think it's crazy she calls people tragic pimps. That is the biggest freaking scam I've ever.
Yes, it's such a scam. It's still sitting here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Even, by the way, money we were told not to include in this, that it could be used for anything, I didn't use for that, remember? There's money in here that I was told we could use for anything. Instead, I and Little chose to use it for taking her to court. But yeah, I'm just hot on that spending her. The charity, here for the money, whatever. Oh my god. Yeah. Yep. Sure. Homie. Sure.
Like, overt scam and obvious. I'm not stressed. Like, it's just I don't want to be distracted, and that's what she's doing. Like, I know how this. I've been around long enough. This is not my first rodeo. I mean, it feels like it. Honestly, it feels like I am a newbie in comparison to a lot of people, but I've been around for 2.5 years, right?
You've been around longer than that. This group, Bones, tell the truth.
So, and I've seen how it works. I know what she's doing. Even the tarot just showed what she's doing. Let me see what comes up when I ask if she's in.
So I'm like,
Sue is acting this way towards me or towards us or whatever she's doing. Why is Sue being like this? I got the 5 of coins, which is the card of like feeling.
Notice how she says us. She makes herself a multiple, almost as if she's working with other people. Jody Sue's doing this to us. Who the fuck is us? I don't know. Real odd. I don't know about you, but I walk around all the time referring to myself as us. Why is Jody Sue doing this to us? Who's an us, bro? I think that was a slippage. She's like, well, us. Oh, you afraid to go to court by yourself? Because you know you ain't the only one in this game. Real life. Going real life to extremes on individual in and around an open active investigation. Homie. I guess you want to include an us in there. That's cool. We'll get to the us portion later. They do not send us the best. Morning, Angel. Enhanced. Penny Lane.
Hey, Island Girl. Brandy says let him keep talking. Okay, good. Has she stopped? I don't know. We're going to see, but I really doubt it. But I decided to make an executive decision for those who are just now coming into chat. I have decided to block Andy from chat now just because of this.
Okay.
Is causing. And also, Jody Sue is using it as a way to cash in and try to act like she's being abused and stuff. So we're gonna nip that right in the bud, right? I mean, because she was literally collecting money, guys, trying to act like she's being abused by him.
You can't make this shit up. She's trying to collect money, saying she's being abused by him in this here. Excuse me? Hey, you all are indeed using Monster just like he's using you all. And you all are scamming people, and you all are making money off of abusing me out in front of the open world with our abuser who magically, suddenly, wants to pretend he doesn't know what the judge told him explicitly, what the rules are, and what the difference is between an order of protection, multiples because he has two, and a restraining order are suddenly. All of you, including Monster, know what the fuck you're doing. And you're profiting off of it. You're profiting off of my abuse, much like you've done since you started your members only on my domestic violence. Yeah. While trying to make people believe somehow I deserved it or this or the other, or he's patient. I don't care. Flip script for monsters all you like. You do it for yourselves every day against innocent people who you are harming. You're no different in that regard than he is. And you are using my domestic violence. You're using what's being continued against us, despite court orders, to continue abusing, boxing, trapping, isolating us. Causing us real life emotional, mental distress, fear, especially as it admits being on psychotropic drugs. Jesus Christ. And I have become alarmingly fucking concerned since it was talking about that the other night. Because I know it well enough to know what the fuck that shit. Hell no. Like, I've been afraid as its usage runners picked up on all kinds of shit anyway. But that right there is alarming as hell to me. So fear indeed. So to say they're not using the abuser is not playing with them in order to do this and to create the fear, harassment, targeting, etc. That they're not using domestic violence to profit off of, especially when this one right here, literally in the same breath, put up memberships for the first time and discords and shit on my name, on my domestic violence. It was like, holy hell, she has had this shit, but she's been abused violently, you guys. And then for several years now, it's all she can talk about is my name with everybody, from Fred to the Kellys to everybody else. It's Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Andy, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Jody Sue, Andy, Little, the kids. It's rarely been about Summer or her case. It's been about the drama. It's been about going real life and committing real life shit that really hurts. It's been about doxing an entire community. It's been about harming, digging into people's shit for drama under the headers of entertainment onlyness there, which, by the way, weren't added until after I threatened to sue her and told her, like, cease and desist. Y'all remember that? That's how she ended up with the entertainment purposes only going it. And starting a little word cutesy usage just because I threatened to take her to court then. And then, you know, they really started on the fair use and entertainment shit on here. And then they thought that would cover them. It will not. Neither will the word allegedly. Just to make that clear. So yeah, we are abused and we still are being abused and you all are helping it. You all are abusing us yourselves. You are psychologically, emotionally, you know, and doing shit to us in real life, bringing real harm towards us in real life on purpose, with intent, and it can be shown. You're causing health effects for us, things down to heart attacks, you just can't. Isolation because of stalking, driving by, doxing locations. See how this works? So yeah. But good job trying to flip that like you do for other monsters. Like monsters are notorious for.
In my chat, and so now she needs to come up with something different to make her fucking money and get attention. Ridiculous. They said it's probably from dry heat to use a humidifier.
Yeah, I need to come up with something different to make my money. Dude, for years now, how long have I been here telling you they're doing this same exact shit? How many times have we been through this? Abuser, they use the abuser, they use little, they use threats of this, blackmail that, stalking, harassment. It's the same shit, song and dance over and over again. I've called it out for the years they've been doing it to us. It's not new. It's not a money maker. And I showed you all the receipts yesterday. If it was a money maker, I would have taken the other amounts that they said didn't have to be included, and I would have separated. I didn't. They're included in here because, well, justice lay in the pathway. Making it to where some of you could no longer hashtag Summer Wills ever again in anything means a whole great deal to me. Bye.
Oh, I have humidifiers here. Caitlin did have a couple of them going actually because they look cool. They light up. Yeah, and I know people say it's not fair to Andy or whatever, but it is a distraction,
And here's the thing, she's blocking monster out of chats, blah, blah. It's not fair to him, but it's a distraction to what? I don't know, I guess, or it doesn't matter. But here's the thing. In the court setting, she's going to have to prove whether that was really monster or not. Sort of what I was banking on. It's still going to happen. But, see, when she has to prove that it was him, what's going to happen is it's going to show that monster is indeed doing all that, violating the order. See how that works? And if it's not him, it'll lead back to, I don't know, AB or one of the others with the fake accounts for all of us. Now, Monster will have been fully aware of all this. You know it is. But it'll show, if it's not Monster, to what degree this group is willing to go to psychologically and emotionally harm us and cause us distress and fear and harassment and all the things, won't it? And that they're indeed working in a group effort to do it. And that its intended purpose was to do exactly what Ziggy's swearing it's not. And either way it goes, that's truth. It is intended to do exactly what you see, which is putting us in fear, harassing us. It's using my domestic violence, a monster with an order in place. He's doing it, they're doing it, everybody's aware. But oh boy, if it shows not to be his, it's going to show the group is. And then, so I'm glad she mentioned that. It will definitely allow that to be pulled into the court setting and her have to prove one way or the other. And that either way, still the same. It's meant for exactly what they're doing it for.
It's not going to be permanent, probably. It's just I can't focus, and I kind of feel like.
But it's not going to be permanent. She's not going to block him permanently. Just until she can do enough tarot card readings to make y'all think I'm here for the money and the scams and charity and whatever. Hopefully to where she don't have to come to court and do anything else. And nobody helps with that. And the seeds of doubt are planted and all that, right? And then she'll unblock. And it's almost a hint link. Just I'll block him, and if he'll stop then I'll do better. No, it ain't gonna happen, sunshine. Temporary, permanent, I don't care. It's too late. It's too much. Too many years of it.
Is that the point of it all? Is it because they know I'm easily distracted? Is that what? I mean, that's perfect to do. I get easily distracted. We're on a mission. I mean, not that I think I'm going to get anything done, or well, I just don't want to go on. Also, I just don't want to go back and forth with Jody Sue. Like, and I think it's gross that she's making money off of Summer in that way, and her lies, and her freak.
Whoa! She thinks it's gross I'm making money off Summer in that way. Have any of these videos been, or any of my videos hashtag Summerwells? Are all the thumbnails Summerwells? Is this really? Yeah, I didn't think so. Never once, Di. That's what Di says. I think it's gross that Ziggy has made money off of Summer the way she has, with all the lies, bullshit, fake this, fake that. I think it's gross that Ziggy started her memberships and her discords and hang up on my domestic violence, and is still continuing to make money and bank on my domestic violence with our abuser, causing us real life harm, terror, fear, etc., trauma, re-traumatization, isolation. I think that's pretty sick. All while hashtagging Summerwells, who also lived in a household with domestic violence. It's pretty sick she uses my name, my domestic violence, along with Summers, to help abusers and discrediting survivors, trying to discredit the abuse, trying to silence their voices. And domestic violence being a very serious issue worldwide. Precursor for many other crimes, a flag for other things, a societal warning flag. Kids from households like that are most likely to have other crimes committed against them, or to vanish, or other things happen, or murders, and this and the other, but here she is, doing the very opposite of what's helpful in the world. To women, children, survivor spiders. And making money off of it. Under my name. And Summers. I think that's
pretty. Whatever it is, sad fishing. It's disgusting to me. It's actually really horrible. How can she call anybody a tragedy pimp? She is the biggest tragedy pimp in this community. Tracy Sue isn't blocked, but she doesn't have any balls. She comes in here sometimes still. Even though she likes to act like she's being stalked by me, but she comes in my chat. Okay, Jody Sue, I don't think I've ever typed in your chat a day, like, ever.
You've been blocked forever.
I need to find that nose spray stuff. It's killing me, dude. Sometimes wonder if Andy's on here to try to bring you to a side of yeah, it's not gonna. Unfortunately, this is not going to happen. I don't believe, because it wouldn't happen unless I had some evidence, like, or something, something came out to show me different, like that Fred was lying. That's the only thing that's going to sway me, is actual truth. That's the only thing that can. It's not anybody being nice to me or kissing my ass. That's not going to work. But they can distract me quite easily. 1 second. I need to find some kind of, I think I have some kind of spray over here. It's killing me. I think I freaking ran out of toilet paper in the middle of the night, and so we don't have toilet paper right now. So I have to go get some here. I know that's gonna be the, all over the news lines in the morning. But okay, that makes it. I feel a little bit better. Right, BC Proud? I never believed the scream. I always said I thought that scream was bull. I have never said anything differently. I never kissed her ass.
It's about screaming. I don't care about the scream. It's like it's the only thing, man. Y'all into it. I care about it for other reasons. But once again, we're gonna go through this for the bushwatchers and everybody else. Unfounded is can't prove or disprove. I would love an explanation. I don't care if somehow I and the children are all wrong. I'd love an explanation for it. That being said, it's something even I take out and go, okay, well, we could be wrong, or it could have been this, that, or smell. I mean, we heard it. This is facts. Okay? Fact. But somehow, in some way, it could not apply. It could not fit. It could be explained somehow. I've asked every agent and specialist and everybody else in the world, can we get an explanation? Nobody has one. You'd think if they knew, they'd be like, well, bitch, it was this, that, and the other. No, they've not. Yet, they may one day. It's fine. But I take it in and out of my own puzzles and fires and as I'm working through everything. So, either way, they'll end it and they act like that's the only thing we've seen or witnessed on June 15th. They always want to leave all the rest out. And it still doesn't mean any of the things we've seen, witnessed, heard that day or anything. However, we at the very least are part of that timeline and make the timeline. 609 counts. You feel me? Feel me? Okay. But they all want to make it all about screaming. All the time. Anyway.
Right, BC Proud? I never believed the scream. I always said I thought that scream was bull. I have never said anything differently. I never kissed her ass. I just tolerated her in my chat early on. And remember she used to try to distract and come on my panel? She did that show on purpose. Honestly, like.
How many times was I ever on Bones' thing? Because I didn't like her. Something like maybe twice. One with Jenna and one at some other point. But I like Bones. I didn't go there much. I like shares. You know. Esme, you were just in here yesterday during the other life.
A complete idea of what has happened to Little Summer? No, because my theory changes sometimes. Like, so I can't say I have a set theory of what I believe happened to Summer or belief because it can change sometimes. What I really, really need to know is truly, like the one question is that I want to know more than any is, was Andy Bernard on that road that day? That could change everything for me. DoorDash doesn't deliver this late or this morning.
Oh, DoorDash doesn't deliver this late. I wonder where she's getting the money for DoorDash so late anyway. You know, she put out the signal cry for, I didn't go get toilet paper like an adult for me and my child. And somebody's like, well, a DoorDash is no, DoorDash doesn't do this late. Probably to cash her money so she won't the store in peace and tranquility and whatever so she can get it on my name and domestic violence and trying to say I'm the one. Yeah. What job is it again she does? Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, great.
I will hear, and I probably will once it's available.
I probably will hear in a little bit once it's available. She'll do DoorDash. Instead of, why couldn't she walk across the road again to that gas station? What, she didn't have money to go over there to get $1 roll toilet paper off the gas station shelf? I'm confused. Alright.
I believe the scream was her way to put herself into the case. Probably. I mean.
Right. Right. Okay.
Laura's always said it best, that she's just she loves attention. Any kind of attention. Laura's always said that. She's always just nosy and likes attention.
I'm nosy. Nosy about what? Bitch, they ain't no nosy to it. It's the way sound filters through fucking hills, valleys, etc. I didn't want to hear half the shit I fucking heard. I hated that place. The noise in there drove me fucking batshit. I much preferred other pieces we lived on to that one. I fucking hated it there. Because of the way the sounds filter can come right up to 125. Fucking hated it. Because I'm not big on all the fucking noise. Neighbor noises and otherwise. That I couldn't help but fucking hear because of the way the valley and the hollows are shaped. Come smack dab right in my face 24 hours a day. All of it. Hated it. PTSD, eggshells, noise, it's a thing. Okay? It's a thing. Don't like a lot of noise. Didn't like living in it. If I could have lived with headphones and earplugs in, I would have. But I can't, because then you can't hear shit coming. It's kind of what happens after you're wired in a constant state. That's what happens. So the noise actually, they didn't want to hear it. I had no choice though, because of the ebb and flow and the way things work inside of that valley and hollow. See? But yeah, nosy. Nosy my ass. I'm so tired of this stupid shit. If I was that nosy, I think I'd know exactly what happened on the 15th. You know what I mean? We went past like 6:09 that day. So,
in Laura's opinion, she's gets around. She's,
I get around? Excuse me? I'm not even gonna ask what context. I mean, just not.
Fred is he doesn't talk like that about people really. Laura doesn't really either, but so.
Oh, that Laura. See, I thought she was talking about Perplexed. She's talking about Fred's Laura. Damn. That's wild. I never had anything to do with her. But I get around? Seriously? Okay.
When she does talk bad about somebody, you take note. They deliver where you're at 24 hours. I know they did, like when I was in Miami, when I would be in Miami and stuff, in South Beach, when my dad had a condo there. That was the good old days. Ask my pendulum about what? I hate that. I don't like pendulum and the whatever, divination rods or whatever. Why do you think that's crazy, Cassie? Because it's 4:50 a.m. or something? We have a lot of people from the UK in here right now, I think. And that's nothing. Like lately we had over 1,000 that I needed to change my time slot. But actually, she has always been the town clown. Yeah, Selena, that is the one question I would like to ask law enforcement. If they could, just the one thing, that would help so much. I don't know. I mean, Fred has, everything he says just seems to line up.
She's probably going back and watch all Fred things. They don't line up in the least. How y'all do it? Go watch all the Fred pieces. Side by side. Get yourself 2 phones out, or your TV and your phone. Listen to Fred one interview and then the next. You'll immediately be like, the fuck? Listen to a little bit. What? And shit, even I've never even listened to all of them. As he's tried, much like C&D, to make everybody look sus since day one of summer vanishing and distancing and all this sort of stuff. They just be slinging mud to everybody. For a couple years, I've even taken Fred's bullshit. I've been like, Fred's Fred, fuck it. Am I wrong here, Nance? Have I not stood back when Fred started all this shit? Hell, I was still talking to him out in town everywhere else. And it's like, fuck it, dude, do whatever, you know. I was like, whoa, I heard certain parts where he was like, our son in the pool that didn't even exist at the time. I was like, whoa, that's a bit far, my dude, you know, but, you know, otherwise, I've always been like, let him talk. I don't give a fuck. Let Lord talk. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I didn't listen to him, really. I know what they are, but I've always been like, Fred's Fred. Right? I warned Ziggy first coming. Fred would fuck her all up. Fred would fuck with her. Fred would be Fred. Fred speaks in Fred. She didn't listen to me, did she? No. But well, either way, Melissa not only does Fred feed her the bullshit she wants to hear, Fred feeds out what they want him to say. They get a hold of him through the chirps and others, even when he doesn't have his own. They contact other inmates, this and error, do other calls. They tell him what to say in advance. There's proof of this right in front of your face. Like the one Ryan shit and then the barrel stuff. And what Fred says, it gives it away. Right? And then he knows it's a male coming to visit. And also, you know, he's been told and he's being fed what to say. A great portion of it surrounding only, you guessed it. So for years, I've not been here, and I still don't. I still do not come out full tilt against C&D. I don't come full tilt against Fred and Laura, not any of the rest. I'm not like, I think this person fucking did it. I think this is air, blah, 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 blah. Fuck them. Here's everything I've ever known about them. Here are all the fucking receipts. You know. Stood there while they've all made look, mostly me, suspicious, right? And I'm like, whatever, dudes. Okay. You know. And, whatever you say. You know. And then when I drop anything and show them to be all liars or their shit's bullshit, or I feel comfortable saying something that I've not said or given. And in that regard, often, you know, when the appropriate moment arises, I do. That way maybe it helps other things shake, because, well, if the others want to get on here and say something stupid, especially about June 15th, and I know something I've not given out publicly yet, and then I drop what I've known all along, see, it's just waiting on them. That's it. Waiting on others. Things to be said. To feel safe enough to place shit where it goes. I'll do it. It does not mean I'm trying to make anybody look any type of way. It does mean that I'm trying to, towards the end of this, get as much of everything aligned as possible for those who care to, at least from our perspective and what we know. Does that mean it's anything? Nope. But that will only come for those who have paid attention and have logic and common sense upon them. Yeah, you know, and who have been here the whole time for the reality and not the horseshittery. So there's that. Without buying and believing all the narratives and garbage tragedy that was put out. Anyway, about all of this. And summer and, you know, anyway.
I know some people think, like, oh, he talks people in circles, but I don't believe that. I don't know why people think that. What? You coming over here? He likes staying up there.
don't know about you all, but if y'all ever held your fucking dog up and done airplanes with it like she is right there, what is going on there, bro?
He likes staying up there.
She's just holding this fucking poor dog in the air, man. I don't.
My sleep's so messed up too. Here, I need to work on my upper arms anyway. This is like a 5-pound dumbbell. Fails to remember that some of us have Alita live stream said she comes to YouTube it out. Treasure post, yes, it was her that was doing Facebook Live the night of June 15, 2021, right?
Oh, see, there they go with that shit. They forget that wasn't public. My live streams on the 15th were not public. Just because I put them out since it's public, or that Squall stole a shit ton of my bids and put them out as part of the blackmail and tampering effort and this the other, does not mean those were not private bids. You see, in June 15th, it was actually the 16th, because we were letting her get food. That one was me going, hey, guys. And my Facebook was very small. It was just community members, loved ones, and I was like, look, Summer's missing, because, hey, get this, the news had already reported Summer's missing. I got on live, and I was like, look, y'all, please keep looking for Summer. She's not found yet. Wow. Oh, my God. And then I recorded the bit of the helicopter earlier, but that was not live. It was not a thing, right? Didn't upload to whatever. So anyway, and it wasn't, none of that shit was public, bro. Till long after. It wasn't. Goddamn me to hell for doing a private live going, hey guys, inside the community and surrounding area where the news has already alerted you to Summer be missing. She's not found yet. Keep an eye out. In the whole 15 minutes, we were allowed out there by feds to go get food finally. And to come right back in and be face to face with FBI. As told to be. So. Wow. My God. I did a live. Privately. To the community. Going, she's not found. Please, guys, please keep looking for your properties. Please look. The news got it wrong on her height and her age. But please keep looking. Please. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, every one of you Karens out here will be live with the videos public. If your neighbor was missing, not even thinking about it, going, hey, help. Please help us look for a missing neighbor. And that would be fine, wouldn't it, Karens? But if I do it, and I do it privately, not publicly, oh my God! Does that work? Flip-flop of monsters.
Maybe the unfounded word was a clue. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably, because they couldn't straight out say that she was a liar. Oh, it was unfounded. That's a nice way.
Oh no, they could come straight out and call me a fucking liar. And I wouldn't give a flying fuck about that either. Let me just tell you. Because my sentiments will always stay the same with regard to certain folks. Mind you, they've also said that a whole lot of things around Summer that you all believe are unfounded. They've used the same terminology, or they've said the same thing, which is certain things led to nowhere. They said that of the dog trail / driveway things too. Said it of a great many things. Y'all always had on this screen thing, the unfounded thing. I'm not.
Say you're a fucking liar, Jody too. I know, isn't it crazy? And it just lays. That's why I'm wondering if this is a Chihuahua. Oh my gosh, a Pomeranian. If this is like a characteristic of most Pomeranians, because if so, like that's the only dog I want ever, forever and ever, because he's just so awesome.
She's still lifting this poor dog in the air.
Understandably, 18 gets someone plead his manlyhood to tell the truth. She said that Lawson's comments were targeted. Hey, Rachel. Sue knows way more than she says. I think she absolutely knows what happened to Summer. She stays live so she can stay ahead of it. Yeah, that's what.
Oh, she shook her head yes in agreement to that comment. I stay live so I can stay ahead of it, and la la la, and I know what's happened to Summer, and I stay live so I can stay ahead of it. Yikes. Yikes.
I'm sorry, Andy, but that's what Fred thinks about Andy coming in the chat. That he wants to know what's going on and what everybody's talking about.
Weird Fred would say that about Monster. And here's one of those damn moments I gotta take up for Monster. Thing about it is Fred's the one coming in there being nosy instantly after Summer vanished. Facts. We knew exactly what he was up to when we seen him walking up the rise looking for a dog that didn't exist. And him going, hey! You know, Fred's trying to put out the opposite of, oh, you know, they were everywhere we were, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, no, bitch, we weren't. Fred was everywhere the rest of us were. Fred was the one in the woods. Fred was the one trying to listen in on everything. Fred was the one every time we'd be at the bottom or he'd be coming up or he'd, you know, whatever. Fred made his way to us, not all of us to Fred. And we all knew what he was up to. Fred being Fred. And then Fred spent the next and following weeks on changing time patterns, especially with C&D from 1 to 3 a.m., making sure he was out of that motherfucking road and him and Laura were out here and faces straight in social media to see what was going on, what was being said, probably most likely by Candace and Dawn and others online, which I find weird in hindsight. At first, thought it was just because he was paranoid, where he said Dawn was setting him up for Summer vanishing. But now, I don't know. And that'll be for Ellie and Fez to figure out. But all of them seem to be buried eyeball deep from head to toe in social media, watching one another. Something I wasn't fucking doing. Alright, the instruction stays for 2x2s this area. It doesn't matter. Just grab those you feel like URLs, links, screenshots, if we can line them up to certain tragedy pimps. They're in certain times and they're in certain things talked about, the better. Y'all know the drill right now. Alright, so anyway. Yeah. No, I'd say nosy would be Fred. That's what I'd say.
So you can like kind of stay ahead of it. I don't know. How would Lawson know if she was unfounded? Well, she probably has a reputation, I'm guessing.
Uh-huh.
So I heard something in was it no, Curse with Curiosity? Is that her channel name? Curse with Curiosity? I kind of she did have a good theory with all that about Andy showing up. How Jody Sue used to do the same thing, and it would help people would get more uncomfortable and not mention her because she would be in the chat, you know?
No. No. Have you ever watched when, especially during the early days, right? So how I figured out, like, during that scam shit, that they would cleanse chats, like TCC when she took my vids and put them up, right? To draw me in over there. Penny, Fizzle, Latasha, They cleanse everything bad. And then while we're around in chats early on, or when they're kissing your ass during that cycle, right? Try to draw you in. They cleanse all things. During the Scamathon, they did that to others speaking out about it or outing these creators for what they were in past cases, that type of thing. They cleanse the shit out of them. They do the same and have for eons around Monster. Where Monster goes, they're cleansed to where it feels like a nice, comfortable environment. You all see me sitting fucking chats everywhere. People are pretty bold. Most chats are not cleansed for me. Now, in the first days, they absolutely were, and I was like, oh, this is weird. This is it, too, right? However, monsters enjoy those things. They keep them pretty clean, and clear for Dawn, or Monster, or Fred, and Candace. They do not do that for me, nor do I care for them to do that. But I sit amongst a great deal of mini chats where I know most of the chat names, I know what they say everywhere. No. And most will say the craziest, wildest shit to me, no matter where in. But I stay out of most chats because it distracts. People start shit. Wherever I am gets inundated. The worst critters from his tribe come in and start pumping out bullshit. It takes off of the creator, whatever they're doing. So I usually stay quiet in the background. But it's very rare I let myself be known. Also, it keeps down on AB and that crew with their fake me account. And typing shit falsely as me and that type of thing. Because if I'm not in chats, it's harder for them to do that now, isn't it? And it gets people going, is it? And then I get notified pretty immediately. Or someone goes, is that really you? And see, that's how, because that's how dangerous they are and have, become for a long time. The AB crowd and stuff, I think when him and TM did that shit, typing out stuff and putting on community walls under a fake Gmail and YouTube account for me, trying to say that I'd typed that about Hunter and otherwise, which, could have effects on Summer's case. I didn't, and then when it got busted out, then it was, whoopsie, it was just a joke. It's not a joke, and I did report that to the FBI, Canadian and mounted. Canadian, Royal, and the Mint, I don't know, they got different moose munch folks up there, and I love those guys, they're so nice. Anyway, it's not a cliche, man, it's wild. So either way, regardless.
And it's kind of similar to what she said Andy's doing, but it does make me wonder sometimes, like, if they are working together, because, and if it's all like some.
I in no way am working with Monster. Let's make that clear.
Kind of distraction and them.
They're working with Monster, always have been, and they're doing it to fuck with me. Monster would just like its mask kept on and its flip-flop to take full effect. That's it. And to make money and profit off of it, while joyfully jerking off on the fact that he's able to abuse me outright in the open and use his group to target us. They know it. He knows it. They all know it. Simple as that. Just like this one trying to keep her mask on and flip scripts and shit.
Supposedly being apart. I don't know. I know it's crazy talk, but like it's weird how she'll defend him sometimes. Like what is really going?
It's not weird. It's not weird because right's right and wrong is wrong. How fucking foreign of a concept is that? What am I supposed to do? Lie? Just to fucking what? Get some false semblance of justice that my soul screams for? That's not justice for that. I'm not gonna lie on somebody just because my soul screams for justice for what they are guilty of. Right's fucking right and wrong is wrong. I hate that this place keeps making me stand up for that dipshit. I hate that that dipshit keeps making me stand up or speak out to protect that dipshit or do whatever. But right's right and wrong's wrong. I only try to lay the right shit on the right monsters. That's why I, unlike Fred, Laura, Monster, C&D, and everybody else, I don't come here slinging shit places that don't belong on people that don't. I'm not out here everybody's fucking genealogy and helpful drive-by videos and also their garbage and newspaper articles from 90 years ago and oh my god, this one's connected to that one, the family's this, the family's that, oh my god, this has happened in their past, it must be. You know, I don't do that shit. Right's right and wrong is fucking wrong, man. So monsters can't get the concept, they have a hard time understanding. Right's right, wrong's wrong. Putting shit where it belongs, not where it doesn't. You think my soul, my heart don't scream for justice, accountability, true consequences for that goddamn monster, for what he's done and continues to do to little Anna? Think it doesn't? If I was truly petty, jealous, this are all the things they call me, I'd be on here just giving out all the fucking receipts. I'd be airing all the goddamn videos of him, his family, others, throughout the fucking years, the abuse in person, the videos I can still watch back where I'm bleeding real time. You can see clearly it had nothing to do with it. Didn't bring anything on. Nothing was justified. Kids crying. I could show the videos where he ducks his head in the window one day, when Stahl's already present, and goes, no, no, babe, the car's yours. We'll talk later. And then head out, and they're still in the parking lot over. I want my car. I want la 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 la. I can show you Monster. I can show you his family. I can show you real life for decades. I ain't aired anything close to what I have in receipts. If I wanted all things, I could show you the videos, stuff, coworkers, and everybody else has sent or made sure I had through all the time with him and Stahl and everybody else. Me, I could show the world, but I don't because Monster can win from me. I could show. If I was truly this, that, and the other, I would have done it. Play all the audios where his parents are openly fucking with my kids and screaming at them and doing all kinds of crazy. I could show all the police reports. I could show everything. I've shown you Stack's hospital reports that correlate with all these fucking photos, right? That I have that I've still not aired all of. I only put a few of the DV photos on there. And that would, at some point, I hope to get to a place where I can speak about domestic violence and not be used in the way it is here against us, to where I can show others all of these things anyway. But right now is not the time or place, especially while Monster's still moving and doing and all these other things between everything in court. But, it doesn't. I could hear all the receipts on everything for decades. I could throw suspicion where suspicion don't need to be on all kinds of fucking people. I can do all kinds of things if I wanted to, but I don't. I don't come here and falsely fucking target. I don't throw out names, even names this place does not even know to this day, of people I think are likely to be part of things or stuff in this area. I don't do it. And I don't come on here and lie about Monster, the shit, any of that. No matter matter how I feel, no matter how much my soul bleeds for justice, accountability, and protection from it. As you all, the world, still watch it abuse us and profit from it. With these people who started their memberships up on my domestic violence. Fact. People like Sharon and others who have made merch making fun of my DV while they work with our abuser now. They've made money on my domestic violence. They've laughed at the lack of justice and accountability. And I stand, and have to stand, for a monster my soul screams. Someone to be held accountable. While still abusing it in front of the fucking world. They laugh. They make money on it. The abuser makes money. And still, yet I stand here and I try to do what's right. Even still, yet, in ways I try to protect it, which is dumb as fuck on my part. But he can't see past his own needful things to realize what fucks up or to remember my words. Or to think beyond itself and mask and lies and all things it's got itself wrapped up in, especially since summer vanished. And aside, now, never stopping for 1 second to think what I'm still trying to protect it from. That wouldn't even be an issue had it not been for love in the way back and stupidity for trying to protect a monster crying to me to protect it.
Hey, John. Tell them the situation. They will guide you. Yeah, I mean, I will get a protective order before I let her sit here and make money off of some fake BS.
And she threatens me with protective order. Now, I'm pretty sure she did that to 6 Up. Others, she did that to whatever his name was. But then she was like, what am I going to do without him? You know, whatever. But that's still yet. Like I said yesterday, ain't going to stop it. And it will actually help compile more evidence. She's going to use that as a tactic to try to fuck with me. And when we walk into a court setting and or anywhere and a judge sees that shit, or an attorney, and all the evidence I hold, it's going to show. Just like it would have shown had that fake bullshit lawsuit appear not been put in and dropped on purpose after purposefully moved in front of another one right before Monster and I were going to be seen. That way it made it look a certain way towards me, now didn't it? And a certain date picked where they thought it would torment me emotionally and psychologically not to say goodbye to my son before he shipped out. See, I get it. And I get how you're tampering with courts and shit. But that right there, you have a history of it. Either way, it won't stop court proceedings, and it will provide more evidence in what you're trying to do. And you will need a lawyer and shit. So, you know.
I want people to see how I'm serious about not having a back and forth with her. So serious that I will get a protective order if she keeps up with this murder shit. Me, hitman, and that's weird. Taking it too far. If you do such a thing, JC, who are these people you're surrounding yourself with?
don't surround myself with anybody. I do know people online with solos and otherwise and threads and everything that are bringing danger to people on the ground with all their stupid activities online, though. And there's proof of that, considering what shows up the door. And them all in a group, like Jenny and Adrian, and going, oh, we can get them killed, but here's this with Penny, and shook that tree, didn't we? And, yeah, see. And then here's the thing. You can see this one in the timing that it brought those people to our door. And otherwise. And that recently what's been doing has been bringing shit out in danger. With other crap it is doing online and putting out irresponsibly. This thing is the problem. But do remember the solo shit she did right before the vigil, or this most recent one in June. The rest, she shows up in dollies. The caller shows up, does the thing. Then Ziggy immediately goes live. Ziggy has solo on this, either they laugh, threats me, all bullshit put out, and then boom. All this crap. I don't know who do you surrender yourself with. And the ties are there. You can see her show up in dollies, the call go in. What's said on that one? Then she starts her live, there's solo, then she does pieces, and then poof. Yeah. Who are you surrounding yourself with, Mara? That's right. So anyway, it's about all I'm gonna touch on that.
There's the orange man. I don't know if Deception Detective would or not. He usually, he stays with crimes, I think, and.
Yeah, Di. That she's using law to get out of what she's done. Dates are important for these lives. You said it the day before, then she says it the next day. Clearly playing with law. Yeah.
Doesn't really get involved in the drama stuff. I think he gets more of this mess, right? I don't want to do it on camera. I wish you guys could see what I see right now. It's hilarious. And it was tugging, like trying to pull Athena by her sweatshirt. Recorder videos where she puts someone private. Yep, you know too much to know so little. Yep, right, Jillian? Exactly. The people will stop saying that you are in on it, whether or not they won't. She doesn't have any grounds for soul lawsuit, I know. I know she doesn't. I know she doesn't. It's ridiculous. And that's why I called her bluff and freaking blocked Andy.
It doesn't make sense. She says I'm calling her bluff, and so she's blocking Andy. What bluff? I'm not bluffing about anything. Monster has, what? She thinks because if she tells me or gives a link now, well, I'll block him from chat and just let it go. Now, what she's banking on, this is all about Monster. It's not. She ain't calling bluff because I'm not bluffing. I don't care, like I said, whether she blocks Monster forever or not. It's part of what she's doing to target and bring all the spout that she's now afraid of, but ain't my problem. She's done much too much for years. For years. With my domestic violence, with my life, my family's life, this community's life. And I'm hoping by bringing her in court settings that it will give an avenue for others to open up their own civil suits and file reports against her centers, see if criminal stuff on their ends can be done as well and charges placed against her. That way, it hopefully banks some of the fires in here. Old Bones has started. And that way, nothing lights off between people she's lit it off between and otherwise. And it curbs some of the shit she's caused, and it gives people an open avenue and a quicker, easier, cheaper avenue and a pathway for them to come right behind me and do what needs to be done legally in a legal manner, and all that, so that it banks and curbs some of these fires and the shit she's stirring and stirring up. And that way it gives these people legal avenues to follow. Do you see what I'm saying?
Playing their games or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. He didn't do anything wrong. It's just her.
Yeah, Monster didn't do anything wrong. It's just her. Right.
She helped the old guy who brought land near Ben Hill and stuff and helped him. Yeah. She took in money, Pink Phoenix. Literally. She took in money. She took in super chats and cash apps. She showed them. She was serious. She took in freaking people gave her money to file a civil suit against me.
And I've been transparent with it the whole damn way. And I still am. This is where we're sitting. Oh my god.
How much you want to bet she doesn't fucking do it? What? She said if she doesn't have enough with the money she got, she'll wait. She'll do it the 21st when she gets paid. So she knows everybody's.
What? I said I could save up in the super chats or whatever on the 21st. We would use to whatever's needed by that point. Whether or not we still needed things, we'd use them for return visits, back and forth, gas, I don't know, courts, service fees by that point. I don't know. And I've been, like she said, showing them. When you ever seen her showing it? Come on now.
I forget in 3 weeks from now because so much is going to happen between now and the 21st of next month. And she knows how, if you miss one.
No, look, see, they give themselves away. That's how they operate. They hope between 3 or 4 weeks, if they cause enough chaos, enough drama, more room movements, y'all forget the stuff they did and said, and the park bench, all these other things that never appear, never happen, and then people just slide on, like, raffles and electric bill things and all these things, right? Don't be projecting and flipping your shit over here. I've called that game and everybody else, these tragedy pimps, out for a long time. They just move on. You remember how many times sheriffs raise money to come down here to go to, and see Billy Joe and all them? How many times now? Has she been here yet? Hell no. How many times the rest of them raise stuff and all these, like, cars and four-wheelers and drones and all this crap, and then 3 weeks go by and you don't see anything from anywhere, and they don't really come, or they have an excuse, or, well, so-and-so had this, or whatever happened, blah, blah, blah. Never happens. Then 3 months later, people forget they did that, and they start up the thing again, and people are like, but wait, and the ones that say anything against it are cleansed from chats and silenced and done whatever with, and this rinse repeat. And then people move on from it and forget it happened. That ain't me, dude. And I dare any of you in the background or anything else say that, I'm not always been transparent. Or that I don't hold the receipts. There you go. And if at the end of this, nothing can be done with the other 2 spear points, right? Which I don't think is going to be the case. Right. But the one can, because there's no way that can't be done. So at least one of those out of the 3, is going to be done. Either way, if something drastic fucking happens, all this is coming back to you all. Every person who sent, even those who said, hey, use this for whatever, You don't have to use it for Bones Court. It's up to you, but here's this. I'll send it the fuck back. And I'll show the receipts for it. And I'll dare anybody to say otherwise. I'm not playing no games. Try me. And we ain't gonna be playing no Hills games up in this motherfucker either. Cause see, that's why I've been so transparent as each comes in. See how it works? I know it's rare around here for you to see anybody here. You name another creator who's done it. I'll wait. Name another one around here that is showing you live and in real time the things coming in. Shit actually going back. Shit is actually page. Show me. Any of them ever took you in the background studio and showed you what they're actually making on their channels? Which videos are monetized, which ones are not? Yeah, I'm gonna bet you not. But how many times have I done that here? Over the years. Quite a few. For all the months. When the rest of them do that, you let me know. Let me know.
Hey, you're on YouTube, you missed a year, and she knows everybody's gonna forget by the 21st. Yes, she did. She did take in money. I don't know exactly how much. Somebody told me that she got.
Bliss.
Yes, she did. She did take in money. I don't know exactly how much. Somebody told me that she got $200. I do know she got a $50 super chat. Somebody said. It does sound like an Andrew Hill scam, or it sounds similar to that situation. I don't know who scammed in that situation, who that was exactly, but I don't
No, it doesn't. Not in the least.
know too much about it, but it does sound similar. I know, right, Jenny? Yeah, she had a carton of cigarettes. She got more than 200? Right? So she's just counting on everybody forgetting by the 21st. That's what she's gonna say. She's gonna say she didn't have enough to file now, and that she's gonna do it on payday, and then
No, see, I've got at least for the one, and if it doesn't run up to about 500, no, this does not include the $42 or $47 service fee. This is the enter, and then there'll be another service fee in Indiana. Not quite sure what that is yet. Probably about the same though. And so to make it total around what, $390, something like that. But if it ends up being closer to the 5 mark to file the bigger, more effective fucking shit here, then still need a little bit more, but yeah, we're pretty well there, my dude. So, and if I had to wait until the 21st to pay the filing fees out of whatever super chats those were, minus 30%, and that's what they'll fucking go to. If they're needed for gas or more SD cards, that type of shit to go into court with, that's what I'll do. Because that's what they were intended for, was the court stuff. So that's what we'll do. And see, blatantly here, she'll tell you she's one of the ones that gave us money to do whatever we saw fit, and Little and I voted and said, Little went, you know what, instead of using this for birthday shenanigans or anything else, something we want to do, how long will it take to stop Ziggy? And I would not be doing this without Little approving. because this does create more stress and mayhem and chaos in our lives. We know what it means. It means everything around us will pick up. Harassment online and otherwise, it means the monster will come full tilt and they'll try to do anything they can, like they always do. We know that it could mean dire consequences from email, but it's worth it. So, to stop, to do the right thing, to lay the path forward, win, lose, or draw. So, there you go. That's where I'm at with it. Anyway.
I'm going to be moved on, talking about something else, and she'll just move on to something else, to some other type of freaking sad fishing, and claiming that somebody else is abusing her.
Alright. So there's all that. And the thing is, Little doesn't just want to stop for us. She knows the greater good that can come of this and how it can benefit and help here, the other community members, the other kids, etc., Summer's brothers, the whole nine. It can help law enforcement courts line these people up. It can leave proof. She knows what it can lead to. And that's helping other people in other cases as well. And around them. Other neighbors, babysitters, anons, fry guys. She knows others before she too wants to change. See, I don't take my child around screaming, laughing, harassing, terrorizing, stalking people and showing that as an example. I don't set that type of example for them because I don't do those types of things. So, my child, however, has to live with those like Ziggy and her child coming by here and doing that as she sets an example for her own and what's right and wrong and how to behave. I ain't teaching my child how to stalk, harass, dox other women and children in danger. Having a good old time profiting off of it. All predators and monsters and orders of protection reign supreme. Peeping Tom's still known out here as well. Crazy lunatics that they give helpful drive-by videos to. And then make them all think we're sus to where they want to come cut us to pieces or, all these things that are dangerous and risk to us. Unlike them. They come for us because of what these weirdos put on the line with their tarot cards and their innuendos and narratives and garbage and all that they profit off of. They put us at risk. Not just of whoever's responsible for June 15th, who's still running around, but peeping Toms, monsters, and these people over here in True Crime Junkieville set off that aren't necessarily all there and do crazy shit. Like want to and post about cutting us to bits or finding us and serving justice upon us. Because law enforcement won't. See how it brings danger and harm and the rest of us? Plus when they purposefully try to set it in with solos and things like that. 54,000-year-old news articles, that type of shit on purpose. Right before certain dates and things. Indeed, Nance. Little is chosen twice. Monster at first, though, he's like, fuck Little, do whatever, right? But Little's chosen twice. So have agencies. Said, Monster ain't it, bro, and yet they still continue with the garbage from a Little. Little's fine. And well, anyway. But yeah, I don't know about y'all, but I lived on Benham. I didn't even take my kid or let them hang out over on Benham. I didn't let them hang out with Fred. Um, that type of shit. Like, and people like that freak them the hell out. They don't like them. They don't want to be near them. They're like, and they're the type. They're like me. They get in the cars, wherever, when they have to see shit. Like, it's like Fred and them when they come down the driveway snooping after summer vanished. Freak little fuck out. I mean, she's like, damn, he's bad today, right? And I was like, yeah, buddy. And the vibes on him, man. Especially little could catch it, and it was like they don't want anything to do with people like that. They cry when they see people, twitching, tweaking, do whatever at gas stations and shit. And it bothers them, and you know, I've never taken them around folks like I don't have. I just, you know, dude. But these others take their kids smack dab in where even I wouldn't, and I lived there. Around people, I wouldn't, and I lived there. A monster we may have, but in the middle of glass houses, stones, chaos, his bullshittery I hated, his addiction shit and everything else that I railed against, raised hell about, begged and pleaded with it about for years, had to keep on it about, keep eyes on to where nothing got super out of control. These things. I still had standards. Always a mother to these kids. And no right from wrong. Good hearts, spines, and brains. Um, Nobody had to tell a monster was bad when their whole lives they knew it was bad. They knew what it did was bad. They can, you know, nobody had to tell them C&D were not their types. Somebody had to tell them that Fred was. I mean, this is just one of those, and they don't want around that shit. I, as a mother, don't want around that shit. Never had him around shit like that. Hell, I wouldn't even drink around the kids, even with like dinner out in town and shit. Monster had a problem with this. He always said I'd stick up my ass. Okay? No, I just don't condone normalizing certain shit. And until they got a lot older, and then I would have a drink or something, maybe at dinner. Very rarely, especially considering health. Yeah, Monster took exception with that. What does it matter? What does this? What it mattered to me as a mother, and they're never gonna see me like shit faced or trashed or anything. And Lord, so past those days, I never was type really anyway. I've never liked stuff like that, and it makes me feel tough way. I don't like feeling like I'm not in control of my own brain. I don't like the feeling of being high or intoxicated or any of that shit. It annoys piss out of me. I do not like it. And I do not like being around people that stay high on any substance. Or think drinking every day it's not addiction if, and it's not whatever that. I just need to relax. I just need to deal with the wife and kids. I just need blah, blah. I don't like a whole lot of shit. And I don't feel like anybody who's even high on weed every day. Like, that's addictive. Okay? For me, that's addictive behaviors if you need to function, survive, live, whatever. No. You're coping and you're using it as a coping mechanism. You need to sit down with your damn self, figure out your fucking shit, stop that. I do not want to be around a person who is altered by any substance 24 hours a day. Especially when it takes months or years to inevitably burn off other fat cells and stuff, or can come back up in as they burn or exercise. I'm not doing it, man. To me, that means somebody is not present when they're right beside of me. I'm not getting the real human. It also means for me that you hold some capacity for addictive behaviors. And see, I have my feels about it. Even if it's just weed, even if it's just alcohol. I do not like this shit. There's a big dividing line between I and Monster. Big divide. And all I ever really wanted was somebody dumb enough to be a doormat. Really. Let it partake of all its addictive shit. Let it not have enough self-esteem where it can sit there in my clothes or get by with all the other cashiers and everything else that inevitably will, and all these other things, and to take it, to be that desperate, while keeping me in a box, because it'll always be that until, no matter what you all think. It's always been the thing. But, and I was never going to be that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to moss and be toasted. Somebody willing to be that dumb to take it, to condone it, participate in it, maybe, I don't know. But I ain't it. Never was. Never will be. I'd rather keep my brain cells things. And my dignity and my self-respect. And know that I am worth something. So now I'm gonna pass. Anyway. Yeah. So that's what we're kind of at this morning. Also, make a can. I don't know. May not like. The one who sent this morning on PayPal. Alright. As you can see the dates on these, just like the other day. 28th, somebody sent $1 and a goofy ass message through. I had nothing to do with this. That is me sending my bill money over to my other one. Because of the hacking bullshit around here. I transfer between two and then I pay my bills from one, that type of thing. But anyway. Somebody this morning sent 1455 just talking about the grand dog. You'll have to let me know where you want that to go. So anyway. Receipts in real time. See how that works? See how it works? Try me. Sick of the bullshit. And I don't mean that towards that person. I mean that towards tragedy pin builder. Holy shit. Nice. Okay. Well, alright. Well, somebody just sent in that to cover the following costs, or the service fees, I guess. Either or, following or service fees. So now, you can see receipts in real time. So, I don't know where the $14.55 is supposed to go still yet. But we have a total of, over here, $111.56, maybe minus $14.55, I'm not sure. And this. Thank you, Karen. So, yeah, thank you. It was very much appreciated. Thank you for helping the change. And like I said, if one thing can't be done this year, I'll just send it the hell back. Alright? But I know the one can, and it could be done. There's nothing she can really do. So, and the others, like I said, you got the one, it's 308. Service fees are 42.47. Here, probably about the same in Indiana on that side. And the other one, it can go up to 5, so it's like, you know, I'm gonna try for the 2-3 prong. Anyway. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. I'm running a thing. You know, I'm hiding it all. I'm doing all the things and the I get my allergy meds. So, and by the way, and just another note, since we started this morning, and the title holds it, somebody needs to go back and revisit the header of their paperwork. There's a very real difference between orders of protection multiples. There's a difference between orders of protection and restraining orders. Restraining orders you cannot come face to face. Orders of protection are different. And at the header of ours, like you all have seen, it says that is not to make us feel afraid, harassed, etc., etc. It's not even supposed to be in contact with family and those around us, so we're trying to get whereabouts on Iron Little. Right? Anything like that. It is not to be mentioning our names. It's been warned, especially with Little. It's not even supposed to be talking about her in any way, ever, ever, even besides the order. It's been warned because she is not shown to be his. He has no custody. It's just like somebody else. You know, like all these creators talking about my child who's not theirs. Slandering, libel, and when it's sitting up on panels where they're making fun of its name and my eldest and this there. And did y'all notice in chat the other day, all of them were doing all this shit? of course, around eldest and putting out garbage and shit, but all the reported monster in there wanted to do was be like, why couldn't I defend myself? Never once spoke up for either child. But boy, no use talking about little for money. Etc. Boo-hoo. Wasn't it bad? Blah, blah, blah. La, 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 la. Whatever. You know, targeting her for with this group. He's not supposed to be doing either. He's not supposed to be mentioning her. Period. Ever. He's supposed to act like she don't exist. I may be here speaking. She's nope. And it doesn't matter. She's not proven to be and not whatever. And it doesn't matter even if where he's not to be doing any of that. And with the family shit, unfortunately, or friends and stuff like that, even though it should be a clear violation what he does, if they fuck with him, that's on them, unfortunately. But that's what monsters do. That's how they keep you boxed and eyes on you at all times. It's the intended purpose of why he got near people he'd never been near before. Right after everything went down. That's why he got himself a little job right beside of them to where he come in contact. It's why. It's why he still does. Why he keeps in contact. He was clearly and knowingly asking about mine and Little's whereabouts and how we were going to be traveling and when we were going to be traveling, all sorts of shit. It's a violation. This place wants me to pick up the phone every 2 seconds. I don't. Because of how they've affected things. I just don't. But he knows it. This place knows it. The header of that motherfucker says not to be speaking about us, not to be harassing, not anything to bring us fear, this here. And I tell you what, him with this group working with Stahl to put out shit that could bring harm and has to our actual door is enough. It's enough. What he's doing now is enough. He wants to speak about Ben Hill, life experiences, whatever, with CD, Fred, all that. So fucking be it. But he is not even to be mentioning us, especially Little, in any way, or causing us fear or to be afraid. And I'll tell you what, right now, especially after the advances of using certain things and whatever in that chat, it really has me fucking worried. Especially with what I know nobody else is taking seriously that he has his hands on. That even Stick was like, hell, the motherfucker tried to give me guns. Like, yeah, I wish, can't believe half the shit that thing says. Obviously, fake lawsuits. But with this group and with Monster Time, it's just all these things, man. But there's a real big difference. And the judge told him explicitly not to be fucking with Little. Period. But the header really does say he's not meant to be doing what he's doing. Has been doing and bold enough to come out in the open. And it pretty well violates when he's sitting on a panel and Cher announces, helpfully, that they're there and the purpose is to get at me. And then he keeps talking about, man, if we're not Ziggy's, whatever, and the medical shit and all this, when the form of harassment is already set, the narrative to imply I am this, that, and the other, and then reportedly and by what's typed out, says he'll tell her in the background. They're just getting bolder with it. And the more you condone it, the more it's happening. In all the rooms of all the creators. And by the way, speaking of which, um, I seen one last night. I seen a post up. Or this morning. Which one was it? It's been running amok on the streets for a few weeks now. people are taking note of it. I can't remember its name. Anyway, it had a domestic violence post up, right? It said it couldn't sit in people's chats while they did whatever to, or said gross stuff about domestic violence service because they had a friend of theirs die in domestic violence, right? Hold on, actually. Yeah, there it is. Hold on. I actually have the name of it. Yes. It was unsupervised maniacs. Okay. Read a post. I was like, I wonder who they're talking about. Who's domestic violence? Yes, I read the post. I'm sick to my stomach. I would not be my true to myself or my career if I did not speak out. I feel like such an idiot that I ever supported someone that would make the ugly abusive comments that I heard today. Domestic violence is never to be used as an intimidation tactic. To shame a survivor or just to be a petty bitch over a fucking comment in a live chat. This is where I draw the line. I lost my best friend who was like my sister 10 years ago. I knew her most of my life. Her abuser would always let her call me, so I'd come to the house to get her the last time he didn't. Every bone in her face was broken. She was so beautiful, like my beautiful. I couldn't get her to leave longer than a month at a time, and she always went back. She loved him and I loved her, so she always had my support no matter what. I'm disgusted by anyone who supports this and should stay far away from me. This community has been boiling over and look at where we are now and for what? Y'all just stand there and watch. Says a lot about you. I am disgusted and embarrassed. Refrain from making any nasty comments because I'll just ignore you. If you're stupid enough to come at me for standing up, anything you have to say has zero weight with me and you have no integrity, and I will leave your comments so everyone can see who and what you are. Go talk about it in the Discord because I don't give a fuck. Right? And then I shit you not, fucking chasing. Yeah, chasing airline. Yeah, that one. Is in the fucking comments section. No kidding. Going way back in the 90s, I lost one of my, godson was 2 and Sodom. One of our best friends, I guess, or something. That's what Chasing says. Well, that's a hell of a place to stand and agree with this person, but yet you cleanse the bottle of a monster to get a golden ticket for the property. Yeah, way back in the 90s, I lost one of my best friends to domestic violence. Godson was 2 and Sodom. That's what Chasing says. But damn, don't she just cleanse for Monster, though, with Jenny and Adrian Rest. In every fucking chat everywhere. Got that golden ticket, eh? And then I kid you not, on top of that, guess who? 1-800, or no, it's Where's Summer 1-800 TBFN. Who said what? No kidding. And y'all know what that one's been doing in Bones' room with Monster and how it's been tormenting the shit out of and being like trying to trigger and saying the most extreme shit and has for months around here. Almost everywhere we go. From prayer gardens to Bones to the others, right? Anywhere you see me, you'll see that thing pop up and it lays into me generally with the domestic violence and using it to try to trigger target and monster this, monster that. I think blah 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 and screaming shit at me and using my domestic violence. But by God, there it is. Isn't it? With Chasing. Ain't it funny? it really funny? And where's the other one? Been circling in the rooms to be known lately. Now, it turns out they were talking about somebody in the comment section of, hold on, I want to make sure I'm positive of this, because, if I'm not right, and oh God, then everything I say prior is going to be just moot. Because I have to be right, and they just pump out whatever they want to. That's how it works. No, it was comments left in, apparently Queen Bee's. Somebody was saying something in Queen Bee's that pissed off unsupervised maniacs. And then has all the ones that helped abuse me with the domestic violence piece of garbage and with hours and everything else in their comments, their own comments. I don't guess unsupervised is aware of all that. Hasn't ever seen what missing 1-800 TBI does around me in domestic violence. She doesn't, she probably go watch Chat and Bones, especially the last few days. Yeah. So there's that. Everybody cares when it's you know, And Billy, did you call or look it up for her precise department? Is that for civil or is it for them to serve? Otherwise, if you'll just get the info to me that you have, that way I can compare it to what we get. I'd appreciate it. So, okay, so that one's for the civil. Alright. Yeah, what the hell's going on in Indiana with that? Well, that's if you file there, though. All we would need would be it's filed here, and it's just served there, so it should just be the service fee there we need. That's the way it was told to me and what I played for y'all yesterday. So that's the way I took it. Because it'll be filed here. It'll be served there, but there's a service fee that has to take place. I guess we'll see. Because you know how the freaking thing works. You get one set of info from one time, one from another, and you just have to figure it out as you go on. So. But that's what it was told us. It would be a service fee here and a service fee there. For the one thing. Are you also in Indiana, Billy? Because you just said, okay, filled there and served here. And that will depend on county to county and hers versus. Those do matter because there's a big difference where you get that done at. And it does change. Well, so you're in Indiana too. I'm sorry. Speaking of that, I would just like to take note here. Why is it for several years all these creators are like, and all these people are like, I've never met such a band of hillbillies this hair in my life, blah, blah. Bro. Bro. Would you quit putting that on the state of Tennessee or Hawkins? Seriously? The main characters in all this are not even fucking from here or that community. Okay, so the service fee is about the same here. About 40. Like, Hilt's not from here. Hunter, Alley, all not from here. C&D, not from here. Jose, not from here. And most of the rest of the LC, they're not from here. Hell, half the people have been doing the jump out interviews shit with JLR aren't even members of Beach Creek community or otherwise. Not from here. Those that have called themselves locals or inserted and embedded around 110 and otherwise all the way outward, they're not from here either. They're not from the creek, they're not from the gardens, they're not from anywhere close. They live 45 minutes an hour away, several hours away. They're not even close, man. Quit putting that shit off on us, Ricky Bobby. Like, even more like, at these people. Do you get what I'm saying? And I tell you this as far as some of the other characters in here. I don't care what cul-de-sac you live in. You got tweakers here in every city and weirdos and addicts and freakazoids and whatever. But there's always going to be that. It has nothing to do with country. It has to do with a countrywide problem. But either way, your all's main characters that you say are so fucking bizarre in a clown show, this here, they aren't even from here. And they're damn sure not from the creek. They ain't hillbillies in the least. They ain't country. They're just whatever the fuck they are. Okay? From wherever they are, but it ain't here. Quit putting that shit off on us. We all may have an accent, but guess what? So do y'all. All of us sound funny. It don't mean we're stupid or evil or mean or anything else. And just because we're from that hollow don't mean that we're like the rest either. Just because we live monsters or near Fred or near C&D doesn't mean we are of or like those. Doesn't mean we liked it in person. But you live where you live, my dude. I mean, you motherfuckers just adore all your fucking neighbors. You just like them? No, I'm gonna bet most of you are like, I could care less about the Smiths over here, the Karens over there, the Kyles over there. Fuck them, I hate them, but I have to live near them. You know? Oh, what's his name down there is always fucking drunk. Does that mean you're drunk? No, it doesn't. You live what you live near, man. Doesn't mean you're like it. But either way, I'm just saying y'all need to stop already. Putting this everybody in the hollow shit and all these characters around the summer. They ain't even stop putting that on us. Stop it. Stop that shit. And also, I wanted to make note this morning of this. Sure. I don't know, somewhere in there with the cards, right?
Yes, I don't know if that's something we got $200. I do know she got a good card from that. It does feel like a
Hold on.
So I decided to make an executive decision.
Let's see if we can work over this.
F the F off. You know what that stands for, right? Stop saying I'm getting people murdered and all that weird shit, and stop with the games. But tonight I'm calling your bluff. Or this morning at 3:32. I should have waited a minute for 3:33. I have decided, and this is a permanent executive decision. It's kind of like the president of the United States, signing. I'm making this executive.
She says it's permanent executive decision, but do take note. In case she didn't earlier, she then says, well, it's temporary maybe for blocking monster from the room.
Decision. Usually we do things like, this time, I'm calling.
Get this. If you know anything about the way the system and the branches of government work, there's no such thing as a permanent executive order either from the president. Nope. Poor choice.
His bluff, and I'm blocking Andy Bernard. Andy, it's just causing too many distractions, and it's nothing against him or anything. It's just, and I'm sorry, but I actually couldn't sleep. I was thinking about this. So I want to see, since she thinks that I am using Andy in a way to somehow victimize her, she can move on to something else to cry about, because he won't be in the chats anymore.
And it's like on purpose putting out that narrative. Not the truth, which is monsters playing a small role in it. But it's because of all the years long worth of everything combined, totality.
So I've decided to make an executive decision. Well, first, J-Sue, F the F off. You know what that stands for, right?
Trying to get the card readings.
Yes, she did. She did take in money.
Actually, I kind of remember, so.
So I've decided to make an executive decision. To show you some evidence in her level's disappearance.
Yep, I think this is the one where she's doing the cards. And she's asking, did Jody Sue have anything to do with Summerwell's disappearance?
For the Emperor. Which is like an authority figure. Jody Sue involved in Summerwell's disappearance. Oh my god, dude. The Page of Wands. It's about communication. Oh.
Did we listen to this one earlier in the middle of all the other readings and all about the cards told her I was scamming and sadfishing her, So she'd hopefully put out seeds of doubt so somebody would help true justice and pathways and paving for and all that. Anyway, here now.
What? My god. Emperor and Empress. Communication right here. This Page of Wands is about communication. And there's communication between... She's working with somebody.
Now, she is working with someone. It's not an alleged or anything like that. Now, is it? Uh-oh. That you're going, is Jody Sue involved in the disappearance somewhere else? Oh my god, here's this card. She is working with. Oh.
What's this mean? This is weird. More on what this Emperor means. This is all alleged.
Oh, now she adds alleged. Yeah.
Hermit. Empress. Being defensive.
She held up a card from her client. Being defensive.
Something weird. That's weird to get the Emperor and Empress and then the Page of Wands right in between. Is there anybody else here who knows tarot? For the question of, I asked if she's involved in Summerwell's disappearance, I get the Emperor, the Page of Wands, and then the Empress. Emperor and Empress is a couple. Like, so that's showing some kind of union or team.
Oh, a union or a team. Shit. What are you doing right now, Tiff? You in a link? You want to chill with me for a minute?
A union or team with somebody. The Page of Wands can represent a child, or it also is about application and action because of the wands are about action.
You're right. See if this works. I dropped the link. Let me know if you can see it.
She was filtering her, yeah, it's like a go-between type thing. That's what it feels like. It does feel like a go-between, like she's a. That is interesting. Emperor, Page of Wands, Empress. We got the divine couple, a team, working together. And you know what's weird too? The authority or the Emperor can mean an authority figure. It says authority right here. Like it can mean like law enforcement.
So Ziggy is implying I'm working with law enforcement, and because I guess I and law enforcement have had something to do with the disappearance of Summer, or honestly I don't know, but she just said I and law enforcement are guilty or working together somehow in the disappearance of Summer, and we're working in a team. I don't know.
the fact it definitely is showing something with her being paired up with somebody, the Emperor Empress. That's really weird. It makes me think distractions, like, which we know it's obvious she's doing. I kind of want.
Now, the problem with this is, and I've shown y'all receipts, and I don't know how long it takes y'all to catch on. And I've told you outright, and I've not shown y'all the receipts, but I'm going to assume the reams and reams of data, law enforcement and feds hold the same thing.
Am I here?
You are here, yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Hi, Jody.
Hey, Tiffany.
I was watching the Long Crime Channel for a little while and just popped in.
They've been being advertised to me for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I've been watching the Michelle Cherkonis trial there. They have it going on. So they took a really long break today. Why is Ziggy still doing tarot card readings and Summer's name is really disrespectful?
I don't know. You remember original Ziggy laughing at psychics and calling them cons and frauds at the first of Summer's case here when she was
I
putting
don't, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did.
Oh, she did, including live streams where she started her memberships on me. She sure did.
So, well, Ziggy, why isn't she just on her main channel? What does she think anybody believes her, that she knows what she's doing? Like, how many people go over? I've never really watched the Empress Ziggy channel. Are there a lot of people over there? Like, does a lot of people watch or no?
There didn't used to be when she retired from this one and went to that one during certain moments. And wasn't gonna be online, was gonna get a job, get her life priorities together, and then came back out after a while and put up videos again and that type of thing. But then she did tarot card readings over there on that one and this one about me. I don't know, you know. And
she went on once, but she never did do it again after I told her not to do that, I think. But I don't watch that channel.
Well, you can see with these this morning, or well, this was yesterday. I didn't watch it say, but it's like I was getting ready to say. She's saying, working with somebody, is this the other? Is she involved in the disappearance of Summer? And it's like, I'm sure in the reams and reams of data law enforcement feds have gathered, and they've said so publicly, they hold what I do. And
cards if you have something to do with Summer's disappearance, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess law enforcement, and then I'm working with somebody else, right? I guess law enforcement and I or somebody are working together and somehow responsible for Summer vanishing. Now, the problem with this is, and I've said this, I've also shown some of the receipts for, it's like, you have the block of text I released originally, right? To show this place the timeline. And then they take it and they're all like, oh gosh, share the noise, share the blah, 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 the resist, whatever, right? They eat it, tear it apart. But thing is, Summer's not in there supposedly until 3:20, 3:30, but probably around 3:20. Should have been. You'd think if it was a direct path home from where they were, and if the milk jug video plays, right?
Jody, what do you think about that? Actually, I don't think I've ever even really asked you. Don't mean to interrupt you, but what do you think about the milk jug photo and video? Because
I think it's something maybe, or it's a red herring, but either way, or a tool. But I think it odd that the news won't use it.
Yeah, right.
They will use the picture. But they say the last known video of Summer is, warriors. But then they use the picture.
They say it's the TikTok video, right, at Warriors, and then that they don't count the one in the car.
Well, they've never said they don't count it. They've never said boo about it. They just left it out. But in that same news piece, put the picture of Summer. Now, that could be all kinds of things are being done. I don't really speculate. Either way, I just work it from at some point she was home. Otherwise, they wouldn't tell the public that. They're not going to come out and say, yeah, a child was here and look for him in this area. They're not going to lie to the public like that. You get what I'm saying? Because it is very important to know last known location in order for those around those places to look for this missing child or missing person. And they're not going to come out and lie to the public about that. Okay? It's just not. So I take their word that she was indeed home.
Uh-huh.
And for me, that would mean the timeline falls in a certain window. Obviously, the stopping point for that would have to be when the calls out for her from her brothers and Candace began, but at 6:09, when, hours are sent, that's already occurred. So that means at 6:09, somewhere had vanished, somewhere prior to that. It means that somewhere after 3:20, she was home. Because law enforcement is not going to come out and lie about her last known whereabouts. Okay?
Well, in the beginning, it was stated by Leslie Earhart, right, that Summer was last seen by her family in the 100 block, right? So did they really say that Summer was last at her home? Because I don't feel like they did. I mean, I don't know if you disagree with that. Like it puts her anywhere in the 100, like, and in the neighborhood, it puts her around her home, right? But they,
No wording, but also those are the very first few minutes and hours, and you can see how things were put out, but they blame that on the press, but it's not the press, because inside of there what you had was people giving out wrong photos and videos and all kinds of weird shit immediately. Wildly. So it wasn't all in law enforcement why they were getting Summer's age wrong, or her outfit, or what she was wearing, or what she looked like, or any of that. That was on other people possibly doing it on purpose.
All right, let me ask you about that too, because they said she was 4 at first. Do you even know how that happened? Because I think in the beginning,
because I kept on. And throughout all the years, I knew them. Like, I'd watch Candace accidentally sign the kids up way too early for school and shit, and laughed about it because she had their ages wrong. Yep. She had signed one of the boys up. I was like, holy shit, it was way too early. Because she had their ages and dates wrong. And, like, Candace would come to me often when there'd be paperwork sent from school about attendance and all these other things. And I've got their attendance reports, all these other things, and stuff. But throughout the years, because she didn't understand them, didn't understand how they worked. Some of the boys' report card, all these things, she didn't understand what they meant. So she'd send them to me and be like, does this mean they did good or bad? Or, what does this paperwork mean? And, I'd have to tell her, but she was pretty notorious, they were, for signing up the kids too early and this the other, getting birth dates wrong, ages wrong.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Di. I can't type on my alt on here because I'm using the phone, but I see you. So wait, she's doing this right now on her main channel? Listen, I don't pay attention to Ziggy like this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't watch her Empress Ziggy channel. I barely watch her main channel, only really when there's something going on. I've watched her a couple times lately, but the Empress Ziggy channel is a joke. I think she's a fraud, a phony bitch. Like, there used to be a lady that lived in my town that used to read tarot cards.
I mean, what you say right now, Tiff? Because I don't want her to be able to come out and be like, oh, she's doing X, Y, Z and return, you know what I mean?
Oh, I just, like, who really believes that Ziggy is psychic? Do you know what I'm saying?
Nobody.
That's what I mean. So.
And Billy, it's that, how the hell do you get all your kids' ages wrong? Not sure, I guess because they're not in purview or something, right? Monster did the same thing in court. Didn't know how little it was, all sort of stuff. And then after a long time, then he got his stuff together once, coached around here, and he made sure to blatantly mention it when the judge asked, because the judge must have been watching and paying attention to all this. And it showed me the judge had been paying attention, and so had they to social media. Because they asked him about the clothing he was wearing, they asked him about Little's age, and then he could, like that, but they knew in the prior court setting in Hawkins, he had not gotten her age and birthday, anything else right. So they knew he was making sure that he'd gotten it right. And it was, you know what I mean? These same judges watched him after they told him not to file paperwork and all this for custody and anything like that. Not to do it until he paid and proved that she was his. I was doing it anyway. This place gave him the immediate funds to do so. They chewed his ass, told him they had told him specifically not to do that. Anyway. But they learn eventually, right? But they don't care about these kids. They don't, you know what I mean? In ways. Also, I guess when you're probably intoxicated to that degree, or you fit certain criteria, I don't know. Monster out of all the decades couldn't even spell my name right, bro. But the thing is, what got me was he got Little's age wrong, right?
Yeah.
But he does seem to keep up with, like, our birthdays themselves. Usually he can name the birthdays. And he's very notorious, and his type of monster is, that type of monster always is. They have a tendency to ruin every holiday, birthday, etc., blah, 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 blah. Not acknowledge or terrorize, torment, turn everything bad on special occasions, birthdays for others. You know what I mean? But they won't remember the nuances, like the exact ages, or they won't acknowledge with gifts or reciprocation or anything like that. They'll take the joy out. It's one of their known things, and it's what he's kind of doing right now, leading up to Little's birthday and dates around my brother, and just like he did at the holidays, he's using this realm to do it. He also knows what's probably, maybe, I think, because I was told it's going to be told, but I don't know if it has been, but I'm sure one of them has been inserted in our lives and around all of us. But he knows good and well what is happening in the background and how extreme it is. And so it's a very extreme effort at doing this on purpose right now. So, either way, anyway, carry on, Tiffany.
Oh no, I just I haven't been keeping up on Ziggy that much, but I'm like getting the rundown really quick about she wants a protective order against you, but she's reading tarot on you. What does that even make sense?
Only after she's afraid and trying to make people think I'm running a scam and sad fishing and my deviance, or that way hopefully nobody helps support getting justice, bringing her into court this year. She's trying to flip script, narratives, do all these things, but then it's pretty obvious what she's doing now. She wants a order.
Death threat. Didn't Ziggy say she's got more death threats than she's ever gotten before from all these different places? Like, she can't that on one person in particular. She's gonna need to take all of her emails to her police department and figure it the fuck out, is my opinion. I mean,
I don't know if she has or not. And you know how emails work around here, and courts often, unless they can line it up or you can pay for certain types of experts, people then will not accept certain things.
Yeah.
From social media because of how they can be tampered or sent, or say somebody that knows Bones or something, or you know how it works in this group. They can send something from halfway across the country under 6 identities deep and send it to them and make it look like she's really got whatever, and it not be. But then again, it could be. And that wouldn't be on anybody right now but Bones, because of what Bones has done to Bones and everybody else, including here on the ground. I mean,
Even really noticed with Ziggy is she she really did keep from the public certain Facebook posts that were written and directed toward her by one particular person and months ago. And she never really wanted to show anybody any of those. She just wanted to act stupid. And it's crazy to me that, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, her and there's another person both being threatened at the same exact time. And Ziggy said nothing about that. Nothing at all. Like, nobody even knows. Why? I don't get
Was
it.
it like tragedy pimp shenanigans, or was this somebody she maybe set off locally with her garbage and pulling people, in and doing weird stuff and putting out stuff and accusing
No,
everybody of everything?
it was straight from Bill's Facebook. She didn't show anybody those posts. She showed everything.
I talked to Bill.
Yeah.
Quite a while back. I went into the holler down there and I was talking to everybody. And I talked to Bill and Tom. I didn't know what the hell Bill was talking about. And he was pretty lit up about a certain person at the time. The suspicions were that YouTube had possibly paid somebody to come in, insert in his life, right? And a paid effort. But he was pretty pissed at the time, and I was like, I'm ignoring it. Right. Some woman that had took off on him, took his dogs, his car. It's also the same thing I'm hearing now, all these other things. But at the time, I didn't pay much attention. I was like, I don't give a fuck about his relationship problems, man. And all I was doing was turn around and go back and talk to others. Man, he happened to be out there working on a car at the time. I was like, what you doing? Blah, blah. He's like, whatever. But he was pretty upset by it, and then all these other things. But as you can see, he really is, at some point after Sherry and all this stuff, he really was, it looks like, at least according to social media, and what has been shown by Bones recently, having problems with the family and all these other things, and
Like,
that's,
why wouldn't she show anybody all of those posts that he made? He made several of them. Why is she hiding that from her subscribers? I don't know, maybe I've missed it because I did listen and I didn't hear, I didn't hear Ziggy or see her show people those particular posts. And I'm just curious as to why she wouldn't bring them up, or she would just not mention them, like as if they were no big deal. Is it because it would show that Ziggy is going too far and she's just pressing and pressing, even when she knows?
Like she's had contact with certain people that, weirdly enough, come from their places and were around him for a while, and then weren't. Looks like she basically had contact with him from the beginning in a way. And I think she even really stated as much on certain lives, that they've been in contact for a very long time. So I don't know, I have my own questions, but that'll all be up to Ellie, the families involved, those cases, the separate things. It ain't up for me to decide or speak on, nor am I going to, but I didn't behoove her at the time probably to put those out or to turn them in or doing that.
Well, I
And
went and found
that she
myself.
was getting
I
threats
went on
because
Facebook and I looked and found them myself. Like, I found those posts that he made to her all by myself. Like, she has not shown them to any. I don't think she has.
well, it depends on the dating of those. If that was really happening, and I don't know that it was. You're
I'm pretty
saying,
sure it was 3 months ago. If I just looked at it a couple of weeks ago, maybe like 2 weeks, or within the last 2 weeks, I'm pretty
well,
sure 3 months ago. He made direct posts to Ziggy and to the other woman there.
well, that's the thing. That shows you that he knew long before the world did that Bones had something to do with the stuff happening around him.
Well, I just wonder if this was brewing for.
And it means that she obviously knew he would not be happy, and she even said on live, Fred warned her against all the stuff around.
Yeah.
She's the one doing all this stuff, man, and then putting it out on everybody else, and it ain't cool or right. And that family story and Bill's story are their own,
Yeah.
and so she's known for months, and she knew what kind of hornet's nest. There's dating back that far. She knew what kind of hornet's nest. and she did anyway, even if it could cause trouble around here between people.
That right now too. Like I feel like this situation with Ziggy is always that she's, fucking with a hornet's nest and she doesn't care, and she'll say straight out like, "Oh, I know I'm probably doing too much." Yeah, Ziggy, you're always doing too much. Like I think that there's pros and cons to that. I won't hate on her completely, but it's gone way too far in my opinion. Ziggy is making a lot of messes, and she can't blame everybody else for the things that she's done here involved. I mean, even Fred, look at the fuck shit. Like, seriously, and putting him on there with all of those inmates behind him. Like, she's going to eventually really get somebody hurt or killed. And I think she's crazy. Like, Ziggy doesn't think with a full deck, like the hamster wheels are running backwards. That makes sense. And there's no stopping that crazy train with her. She's
I don't think she's crazy in the least. I don't think she's crazy in the least.
Oh, I think she knows exactly what she's doing. I think she's very much aware. I think she's pretty premeditated because even with this here, you can see the track record of over a 3 month span where and then suddenly she has someone up there, blah, blah, blah. Like this has been going on.
Well, I'll tell you, the community was far more aware than I was long before I was of whatever this is with Ziggy and whatever's going on with that hornet's nest. And that ain't like I want no part of that shit. I don't want to see her use other people's pain and their grieving and all that to play with for profit and all this stuff either. And her chats, just like many around here, they use all of our pain, satelliting issues is the other. And then they have people thinking, oh yeah, you're really digging into something. If there's a reaction from these people, you're getting closer to the answers for summer. You're getting this, you're getting that, you're doing the hard work. No, they're not. And most of these satelliting issues have nothing at all to do with summer. And it's not helping in the least. It's just entertainment value at the cost of what could be lives if you set off right hornet nests and shit, right? It's exploiting the shit out of not just summer, but each and every one of us in our satelliting issues and our not perfect lives and our own monsters and our own things. It's exploiting the shit out of them and making people think, oh, you're getting reactions, you're hurting them, see, you're causing them pain, we can visibly see it, so you must be getting close. You're hot on the trail of something. Meanwhile, all of us that's being done that way, we know that it has not a damn thing to do with summer. It's just other satelliting shit. That's it. Being used to exploit all of us. Grief, pain, domestic violence is the other. Sideshow, clown car style, like, slow down and watch the car wreck, That's it.
Well, I think
No.
her own car wreck. Ziggy really is her own car wreck. I think anyway. Did I lose you, Jody?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
Because she sees a difference in messages shown.
What?
Precious Vixen in chat says I see a difference in messages shown, like filtered versus not, the typing, the syntax, whatever, all the law.
Okay.
That's supposedly Bill versus, not Bill, maybe, we don't. Either way, that whole situation is one even, I guess, Fred, according to her, warned her about. She shouldn't have been in between. I don't know why her and that person had contact, according to the community and others, for a very long time. Before things set off, even. I don't know. That's for others to decide and determine. I just don't want her lighting up any more fires or hornet's nests that can cause people real harm. And apparently, if you say there's messages on her Facebook that exist from people, then and Fred
On
Wonder and all
Facebook.
that.
They're not on hers. They're on his. Oh, I don't know what's on hers. I've not looked at Ziggy's Facebook, but they're on Bill's Facebook, and he's like
Well,
really calling her the fuck out.
I know this community seemed to know about her long before, like, a few weeks ago when this shit started popping off.
Uh-huh.
Some around whatever she was doing with all that. They seem to have a very lengthy knowledge of her speaking to certain people
Mm-hmm.
for a long time prior to these recent lives, and they had things mixed up, which I initially thought they were like talking about Prayer Garden, man. Because they were like, this person has a YouTube, the two things weird, got one side, one, all these other things. I was like, what? And I was like, no, man, I think you're talking about PG. That PG is not Ziggy, and Ziggy is not PG. What the hell are you talking about? But they had all kinds of things, a little bit confused, but it's like, what? And so they were well aware. Long before I was of any situation with Bones and these people talking and all the things around Bill. So that tells me that Bones has been well aware long before of what Hornet's nest she was shaking, and recently she said even Fred warned her against us.
I'm gonna
So
show him
Bones has done is what Bones has done, and that ain't on me, man. That's on Bones.
if I go to hold on. If I go to his Facebook and then pull up, well, shit, it'll take me a few minutes because no. See right here, November 5th, 2023. Like Ziggy, I could put these out. I'll put them on my community post tab. Like, why haven't you shown anybody these? So November 5th, he says, this is to Ziggy, the talk show bitch, and my cheating wife. I'll leave her name out. I'm taking both of you for slandering my name all over the damn world and for definition of character, I think he meant to say. It says character. So Ziggy, or should I say Andrea, he got her name wrong. When you going to tell people how you traded dope, meth, pot, and whatever else you was doing that day we were all at Ben Hill Road, or will be glad to ask for a fucking lie detector test so you know. And fat as my wife is concerned, I will not be going or will not be giving her a divorce. And that is so her name, I promise, as you said, Ziggy, you admitted yourself I am the 2G Wild Bill Shipley from Beach Creek, Tennessee. So why are you fucking with me? And I better not hear no more about all of you because I don't have shit to worry about, okay? And then the same day, he says, so Ziggy, why you spend all your money on bullshit news and truly help get as Summer's killers?
That ain't Bill.
This is his Facebook. Who you think someone else is writing on it? He has like
You're positive that is his actual one.
3.8 thousand. I swear, go look. It's like the first thing that pops up. He hasn't made a post since November 9th. He put 75 high, 55 low in Princeton, West Virginia. Ye all have a great day.
I have my doubts.
So it's the first thing you see when you go to his Facebook, and Ziggy just completely bypasses and ignores to show her people anything that she does.
Law enforcement them can figure it out, but like for me, it's that. Why include that where they're trying to say what in there, that Bones was up on 110 partying down with him as
I don't know.
Wild Bill and the rest.
2023. So it was almost,
Uh,
a while ago he wrote this. But he hasn't posted here since, really.
but can you read the part again where it's the
Yeah.
whatever about the drugs and them using?
Yeah, hold on. Where is it at? So it says, Defamation of his character. So Ziggy, or should I say Andrea, he meant to say Adrian, when you going to tell people how you treated dope, meth, pot, and whatever else you was doing that day we were all at Ben Hill Road, or I will be glad to ask for a fucking lie detector test so you know. I'll send it to you, Jody. Sure.
I don't know that I want hands on that. Maybe send it on to. Well, if it's public, I'm sure Ellie knows about it. So does Bill's family. So does Sherry's. I'm sure it's already turned in. But
there's all kinds of comments. I mean,
part of
people commenting. He has a lot of really strange friends. Like people that are they don't look real. Like,
we all have strange. Jim Morrison.
But yeah, so this is not new to her. She's a bullshit artist because he is. She's full of shit.
It'll be up to data in the background to show when, where, who those messages were by, logins, phones used, and how it plays into everything around all that going on with all them over there. And like I said, I don't want to play at the hornet's nest, and I'm not gonna, help light off anything. I want no part of it. And people are grieving for their mother and things, and I don't want that exploited out here.
About that, I don't know anything about that.
Judging by things, at least it's been joked and said and messages from the past. I think something nefarious has happened to her. There wasn't looks back at things done, and all I know is it needs to be handled by Ellie and those families privately and not exploited. And not meant to shake hornet's nest, because shaking hornet's nest or exploiting people's grief and all these things, satelliting is not going to get closer to answers for someone. It's just going to provide content and danger and set offs where they don't need to ever be. And these people all need to be able to come in behind in legal realms and hold tragedy pimps accountable for the defamation, slander, harassment, exploitation of them, their families, grief, pain, suffering in the right way and in courts. That way they do not find themselves in trouble or legal peril themselves. And maybe in that way it clears the community for good of those exploiting Summer and all of them and losing them income and changing their ways of life and terrorizing and re-traumatizing all this other stuff. And maybe in the end they get the right one at the right time and band together, and maybe they're not land rich and dirt poor anymore, but land rich and, at least middle class. That would be my suggestion to all being exploited for the past several years.
Really did show the messages. Okay, I just missed it then. See, I don't watch everything Ziggy does. But okay, so she didn't hide it. Then I'll take it back.
Oh, look, give me space. What do you think you're doing, Jody Sue? Do you believe you're not a tragedy pimp or exploiter of Summer Rose because you are? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. You told me last time I had Summer's face running anywhere or her name hashtagged in. The only people I exploit are the exploiters. I do speak about some of my videos that are generally not monetized, etc. No.
Do you notice that people are trying to make people feel guilty about talking about Summer? I have noticed very much so recently that if you talk about Summer, you're labeled in some kind of way. And I don't understand, why wouldn't you want people to talk about Summer? I don't get that. It's like
why they do that. and they'll hashtag or put her name in titles, but they don't speak of her. They'll put her name in titles, but they'll run with stuff with my DV to start triggering drama. They'll do it with Bill. They'll do it with this one, that one, the other, right? All the things. But they hashtag one of our names in it. And generally, that includes Summer's name. But when you all see any of them sit down, I don't understand why are they not. They never want to put the pieces together. They don't sit down in a cohesive manner, try to stick with facts, or even build from all who have spoken around in any way and try to take in and out pieces in a responsible manner without causing any of us harm. You know what I mean? Or going real life on us or causing us issues or danger or this and the other. They're not doing that. They never have. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, at this point, how many times can they show the same road, the same dog trail, potatoes, Fred, this, that, news articles, and read them out and pretend they're doing whatever with handy dandy notebooks? They've run out.
News articles. I should say thank you, because I forgot to say this to you. I noticed a while back, when it was about a month or two ago, you were going through some really important news pieces and trying really hard. And
And the Ryan monster incident happened with those that circled tightest to certain people.
Yeah.
They've been very hard to inset since that point, and I've not gotten back on track. It's been very much a distraction inset cycle to keep me from saying it.
Distractions too. It's annoying as fuck, right? Like, could be headed in one direction and then get distracted. Try not to let them throw you off like that, though, because it is very important that people go over the news pieces. I feel like those are the least seen and the least played. They come directly from the proper people, and they are important to share. And you had a lot of important things to say while you were going over them. And I couldn't tell you where they are now, but it was probably like a month or two ago that I I clicked on you one night, and a couple nights in a row. You were really focusing on Summer. Jody, I don't think you should allow anybody to make you feel guilty for talking about Summer.
Well, it's one of those, I can see when it happens. I'm well aware of it. I take care of what I take care of out here, but still yet day and night, my brain runs on the fires puzzles. So whether it's out in public or not, I do research. I look, I do whatever. I just do it quietly, and then the next time when I do come on here and I get in a path. But I think when I see those cycles and how I'm directed to certain things, it's like I ignored Ryan for months, and I just didn't care. And then all of a sudden there's Monster and Ryan and Jenny and all that. It was pretty easy to get. And then leading up to the holidays and certain dates, and then us going in that, I know what's being done when it's being done. I'm like, not another. And I think those are responsible for the inset and distraction, and to where I don't say anything about Summer. It attempts to lead me off to where it's all that. I think those are very intertwined with those who fear anybody find anything that can drop a key loose or somewhere, or I think it's because of fear of those closest to everything and their little groups or teams, and their agendas are mud and jellos and.
Well, like, where does Ziggy fall into that category? Because I feel like she is looking for a place. I feel like Ziggy has been displaced for a while. Like, she wants to fit in with whatever side, but she's not willing to let go of Fred, right? So, like, you see this pull for, if anybody disrespects Fred, it's like, she's got to.
Everybody has a source in her.
What? I feel like Ziggy is actually going to end up being like the sacrificial lamb, because she's always getting in the wrong fucking.
You're going to clarify that So her and JankyHips can't be like, look, Tiffany is over and said they were going to sacrifice her. It was a hit. It was a hit. Should have got Tiffany did it.
Oh shit. No, I'm saying, all right, the positions that Ziggy puts herself in, I feel like she's gonna end up being like, a victim of her own circumstances with, the groups that she tries to appease. She's a people pleaser. Whereas like I am not a people pleaser unless I really care about somebody or whatever. Like I don't generally try to people please. I just do what I have to do, right? So Ziggy she'll placate to really anybody. Like Ziggy is very, I feel, displaced in her own, like she doesn't know quite where she belongs, and she plays off the sides, like, right, but they also use her too, and she's got to know that she's being used. You know what I mean? You always know when you're being used. So Ziggy is a joke, really, and I hate to say that as I'm not trying to be an asshole, but
Allegedly, supposedly, according to you, not me.
it's all according to me. Like I'm only being myself. I just feel she doesn't know where she fits in or where she quite belongs, and she's looking for all the time, scanning to.
This is
Huh?
a perfect. No, this is just a perfect feeding ground for certain types of people. That's all.
Well, I don't know.
Take advantage of a whole lot of people, and that falls for all tragedy pimps, creators, manufacturers, that do it for not the best reasons. It's a perfect feeding ground for monsters. Those who are after bleeding hearts.
Something happened a long time ago, probably about a year and a half ago, at least now, where somebody, was digging into Ziggy's life and she had a fucking meltdown. Like, you can't go anywhere near Ziggy's, particular private, situationships, but she's all up in everybody else's, which is, it's really hypocritical.
But that stand the same for all creators? They never want to be. I mean, look at how many like Dazed and slash Dino and all them. They are like, oh, we can't come out. We'd love to come out publicly. So, but they can't behind these voice changers and icons because they've done too much and they're afraid of anybody doing to them what they know they've done to others. They're terrified of it happening to them because they know what they've done to others, and they know then that if they come out in the open and are known, they're then in legal peril and criminal, realms is the other. And they don't want to be outed in their own communities, families. I mean, look at Jenny when somebody JLR contacted one of her people around her, and she was melting down over on deeds, and it was like, wait, what? Are you serious? Are you seriously crying because JR contacted somebody once? Look at what you're doing in my family's lives, you little inserter. Are you serious?
Yeah, and you talk to your family like on the regular, right? It's totally normal.
Apparently, so totally normal. And to bind with Monster in that way, yeah, it's so totally normal. But as far as the Fred thing goes, and I know what that is. It's like Cow and Lockdown with C&D, and it used to be Cher and others with Dawn, and it used to be Prayer Garden with Dawn, and Monsters had Piper and Jenny and Adrian and the rest, and Fred's had Bones, right? They all have to have handlers, and they all swap them around as the meat of the moment, and they all protect, cleanse, do whatever, to hold that, because we are prizes, right? And I refuse to be done that way. You're not gonna hold my leash or my collar, and I don't need a hand holder or cleanser, somebody to speak for me on a panel while I just nod and acquiesce. I don't need any of that. And I refuse, which has gotten me in life. I will not be someone's meat source to drag around for profit and to handle me while they make egregious amounts of money exploiting me, and somewhere I'm not gonna freaking do it. And the rest will, though, and they need all that to keep their story straight, to keep the crap straight, clean, to keep their masks on, to make money for everybody coming, flowing, people visiting, manila envelopes changing hands, shipped from P.O. boxes titled Summer Wells, I don't need any of that. And I never have, because I've been here calling it out. You know it, and I know it, Tiffany. But it's nothing more than that. They all want to keep their meat sources tight and close to them, and they don't want to lose them. You know, look what happens when even C&D move away from one creator to the next. You know, even though they're all sort of working together, the other ones will try any tactics and means necessary to draw them back in, or threaten them, or blackmail them outright to come back to their side. But that also creates drama, which creates profit. See? Exploitation. And more mud jello to wade through, instead of real answers for Summer. See how it works? Well, they hashtag Summer's name and everything. Explain it, you know. Explain. I think Tiffany fell asleep.
Right here. Sorry. I was reading something. No, I'm here.
It's the ASMR aspect. I'm sorry.
Nope, I'm wide awake.
Maybe what I should do is just turn on into a full ASMR channel at some point in the future.
I think you already are putting people to sleep, though, like
I've been
naturally.
doing that for a couple of years. It's a specialty.
No, I think it's because you pause and you talk, and then you'll pause, and then you'll talk. It's like some kind of I don't know.
Thought process that gives enough lull for people to be like, yeah.
Totally not out. Yeah.
Hey, y'all sleep peacefully at night. You're welcome.
I actually did get through one of your lives the other day. It was the 6-hour one, almost 6 hours. I did listen to it. I finished it yesterday. It was a couple days ago.
Yeah. Speaking of
Hmm.
Red, hold on. Let me see if I can find this piece, because I know I can. Somebody actually picked up on this the other night. Like I did instantly when it was said, when I was watching, and I was over, reporting chat and continual inciting of hatred, false information, all that. And I was like, whoa, what was just said? Because believe it or not, that took precedence to me over Monster and DV and targeted harassment by Bones.
What did? About Fred?
This right here. Let me see. Alright, let me see if y'all can hear it. If it'll play.
What her deal has been. She's saying that yesterday, okay, Jody Sue came out with this new, I guess, new information now that she claims, like, she heard your car stop on the 15th. Like, now she's heard your car or your truck stop.
That's not really new information.
She says on Ben Hill Road and that, she doesn't know where you stopped, but she's
Nah, it's just I don't feel like really giving where my ears think it stopped to the public yet.
trying to, for some reason, put some kind of, make you look suspicious or something.
By the way, in the way back, y'all remember Fred saying that he did indeed start and stop the truck himself that day at 2 different locations. So,
Interviews as he did in the beginning, right?
Okay.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's accurate considering, but it does leave leeway in there for my mind goes sometimes with certain fires and pebbles, puzzles, whatever. It goes, but why? Why did you mention you had to start and stop from different places? And so I've kept very sort of quiet, but it's not new news in the least that I've always said I heard Fred when he was leaving and such and things that. Not new news. Anyway, and at some point, maybe publicly, we'll say where Myers heard it from. That mind-founded ones, of course. Unless, of course, they're taken completely founded if it helps spread us shooting folks in the neck. They work perfectly fine then to identify even down to the caliber of guns used and who shot first. Yep, they work just fine then. Wow, that.
I know. But, I mean, the cameras caught everything, so, I mean, I ain't got nothing to lie about, you know?
Yeah.
They knew who was in there and who wasn't in there that day.
Right.
He doesn't address in the least or deny that his truck was stopped and started. He just says, well, they, I guess law enforcement, know who was in and out there today. How did that answer? And how did that wait, what? So, we'll rewind.
The 15th. And she's saying that yesterday, okay, Jody Sue came out with this new information now that she claims, like, she heard your car stop on the 15th. Like, now she's heard your car or your truck stop. She says on Ben Hill Road and that, you know, she doesn't know where you stopped, but she's trying to, for some reason, put some kind of, make you look suspicious or something.
I know. But, I mean, the cameras caught everything, so, I mean, I ain't got nothing to lie about, you know?
Yeah.
They knew who was in there and who wasn't in there that day.
Right.
You know, I mean, the law enforcement does. There's 3 different cameras that caught people.
Right. That's what we were just talking about too, is like the location of the cameras around there.
If I was out, I would send you a copy of each camera, the card of each camera.
The what of each camera?
The chip for each camera that's got all the photos on.
Oh, where'd you get that from?
I've had them.
Who? Oh, are you talking about? Huh?
Some of them is my cameras.
Yeah, yeah, you had what was?
Some of them are my cameras. So what is it? Quote, some of them are my cameras. Cars.
Is it trail cams?
Yeah, that's what all it was.
Oh, okay. And then the law enforcement had it too?
Yeah.
You gave it to law, so they gave you the chips back or what?
Yeah, they took copies of them, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it went back almost a year before some reason went missing. She went missing, and afterward too. I mean, they're still keeping a check.
Now, the only way certain cards are going to go for a full year is if they're in a very remote area, not triggered often, and you continually put batteries and stuff in.
Well, I guess it would depend on what kind of camera system someone would have. Are there trail cams?
Here's the problem with this. And this is why it rang every alarm bell in me the other night. And I am in no way trying to make Fred look suspicious, and there's reasons I don't say shit publicly. Okay? Because it can cause chaos and problems and inundation and all that. I don't want that in Summer's case. I don't want waste of time. I don't want lunatics across the world calling in shit that LA and especially locals know about certain people already. The only news it would be is to the public and world, but law enforcement and community members are well aware of behaviors of others, and it's well known, and they don't need public calling them 600 times. You know what I mean? And taking their time off with some bullshit woo-woo crap added in or whatever. They're well aware of all of us, our habits, what we do, what we're known for, all these other things, how we behave. How we have profilers face to face with us. You get what I'm saying? Law enforcement, like in the case of Fred, they've had long-term contact. Community-wide, law enforcement knows. Alright? But certain things in the public realm could make each of us look suspicious as hell. Because the public goes, oh gosh, it's a thing. and it may not be a thing. I am fully aware of that. So therefore, I try not to say a whole hell of a lot of things. What bothers me about this is that, and ringing alarm bells for me, is that after all this time and all the meetings of Bones, he's never said a thing about this. That's weird. He's never offered these to her in person or anything when he has seen her. Now suddenly, after the nights led before and certain stuff shaking around certain things, this pops out of his mouth. And I'm like, oh my God, is it a cue to somebody else to go get these wherever they are? And it bothers me that he says Summerman. And now, if you know his habits, and we all do as a community, he has a habit of being in the woods or wherever at all times, seemingly. He has a tendency to pull up property stakes all up and down the creek, especially with family lands he thinks should come to. It's a weird shit that Fred's Fred. We all deal with it. And for years, shit lights off, it tones back down. New property owners that buy shit around, especially around Benny Hill, have their deer blinds torn down. They may not live there, but they have shit tampered with by Fred. Also, Fred's known to put up cameras in places or to steal other people's. The reason these things are is because, if you're him and friends and crew, you don't want certain things seen coming and going in those woods on people's game cameras that are simply there to catch game camera. Shit. You also put them up to watch and see if law enforcement or TWRA and things are, sneaking about in the woods in like ghillie suit style, trying to track certain shit down, right? So there are many cameras in many places in those mountains. Some stolen, some not, some put there. On any of those, there could be patterns, even up to a year, I guess, for people who might have been coming and going, suspicious traffic, even though dummies who just don't want simple shit seen wouldn't even think that way. They just think about hiding their own activities and those not being turned over to Ellie for that reason. But on those could hold patterns or people may be responsible and they not even be thinking that way. So it rang fucking alarm bells for me across the board, and him saying this outright and in the open suddenly after all this time, I really desperately wondered if it was not a cue for someone to maybe go, because he has to have them somewhere, right?
He says law enforcement has them too. Why would Fred be
How would law enforcement react to him turning over cards, some of which belong to him? They're going to ask the question, well, who the hell do the rest belong to? Now, maybe he misspoke. Maybe I'm taking it wrong. But it rang bells for me. It was like, what the hell? These should be held by Ellie, like, right now. And, of course, I did what needed to be done. So, the point is that, it may be nothing. And I hope to God it wasn't tragedy pimp shit set up to be said on purpose. In order to get stupid shit called in or to discredit others or to be like, oh, history on it, whatever, I hope to God that's not the case. I hope it's not meant as another hoax or bullshit or anything else to fuck with Ellie or tamper with Summer's case or to do certain shit and it's tragedy pimp content. And those people around, if any of that is based in reality, and if Ellie does not have it, and all these other things, if, all you can do is hope that maybe people may not be thinking about the right things, but there could be something there for some.
Right, and Ziggy doesn't worry at all about getting in the way of that for Summer.
And them outing the locations, like people are like, from the beginning, like, Jody C won't tell us where the cameras are. Jody C won't tell us this about cameras, blah, blah. And they asked Monster and his friend, and they're like, oh, yeah, they're here, there, blah, 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 blah. Not thinking that the location of certain cameras don't need to be known. And who has what and where. Because that allows the perpetrator, whoever's responsible, to know what could have been captured and then to weave and cover for it. Or they're passing by or knowing whereabouts, in advance of law enforcement. Like, people think. All this place want to do is use those locations and call me crazy and shit, whatever. She still want a banner. She still want the cameras out. All this, she won't help us with summer. She don't care. But I did. That's the thing. I did care. It's why I didn't want those locations known. Nobody should have ever known locations of any of those damn cameras in there. For the sake of Summer and her case. And a perpetrator or perpetrators still at large. Now, I will tell you what also concerns me is this one here would absolutely know locations of certain ones. He's always on the look for people to have them. And he does know how to bypass them. He's always on the look for them. So are others. They look and they have a trained eye to spot even the most hidden of game cameras and shit. And to ferret out the information from community on which houses have what and cameras this and other and all these other things for, I don't know, paranoid tweaker knowledge and who knows what, but the thing is that they have habits, man. And all I can say is thank God even all cameras were not known to all of these idiots like Monster and this one here, or they'd all be out there. But I don't know where Tiffany just went. But there's a reason. Some of us try to protect that information while we're eating live for it. But Monster in this one and all the others will sell it off for nothing. And I dropped the link again, Tiffany. I don't know where she went. Just kicked her own self off or something. I didn't do that. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. Y'all tell me. And that's the only reason I didn't want any of that out there. It was never anything nefarious. It's just, it should never be known. It should have never been. But I think teams around people sort of wanted things so others could, and that's my fear, is that it was outed on purpose by people not just not thinking, but willing to sell everything off, even at detriment to Summer in her case, but by those wanting it out there so others could be warned or come up with shit in advance of. And that terrifies me. And they may know who all was in and out of there that day, right? Law enforcement. And some of the rest of us. But the thing is, for me, Summer is very little. If anything happened and she was in a vehicle, you may not have been able to see her on camera. Right? I mean, I've watched grown men come in there with guns hidden under blankets and law enforcement look right in the damn vehicle.
I agree with that.
Out and not even realize these men were under blankets moving around with guns with them, planning on like killing Fred. And they sent these assholes back out to tell me info. The cops did. So it's like one of those, I mean, Summer may have been in one of those vehicles, but it doesn't mean you'd be able to see her. And so that information should have never been known publicly. Where cameras were, I feel like a lot of it was let out so or potentially could be warning to others. I don't like it. And it's one of the very few moments I jumped in the chat where Monster was. I was like, just shut up about the cameras. Shut up. They're wanting it on purpose. They deleted that comment. I was willing to fucking set fire to everything. And it did. When I had to do things like that, it helped enable pathway to where I wouldn't see justice or be able to pick up the phone as easy, but I tried to warn even Monster and him not to be stating those things publicly, that they wanted them on purpose for consumption, even to the detriment of Summer in her case. Please not. Please not. He still gave, so did they. But anyway, it looks like at least one or two people, even though this is definitely not one of my favorite folks, caught it. Now, I hope to God it's not Tragedy Pimp Games and for content and it wasn't fed out in the background for Fred to say. I hope to God it's not a lot of things. And if true, I hope Ellie does have, and I hope all the things. And I hope somewhere in there are answers or keys. So even as you can see, even the other night, and I was on live when I heard that, and I was like, what did he just fucking say? And for me, even though I was in like a state, obviously, about Monster and the triggering and all that, I caught it, and it was like, oh my God. And that took precedence for me over my own shit that was occurring. But yeah, I'm here to whatever, right, Tiffany?
I think I understand why you would do that. Jody, do you think that Fred might have been you don't have to answer this, but do you think that Fred might have been someone that messed with your cameras? Because you had SD cards that were missing, didn't you say?
The night that ours was tampered with, and I heard it. Heard it happen. I heard the door open and close.
Right, I remember. What door did you hear open and close?
On one of the trail cams. I heard it.
Okay.
It was the sound. I know the sound. I was sitting out in the dark, quietly, listening to what have been many nights of movement at certain times and noise. And I did. I kept waiting for so many things. The return of a predator, somebody responsible. I kept waiting.
You always kind of had a feeling that it was Don. Like, you always kind of felt like it was Don, right?
The dogs that night, what happened was the dogs that night, after I could hear the camera door open and close. And we knew something, like look, there have been so many movements for so many nights and things and I was like, man, whatever's happening's on that camera. And my bestie was like, look, go get an SD card reader so you don't have to risk anything screwing up when you put it into a laptop, so your phones, go get an SD. So I waited, and I shouldn't have waited, and I regret that. But what had happened was suddenly, like 6 days worth of camera shit, just poof. The next thing it catches is Monster going to work. Just an hour or two later when daylight shit comes. And, I know for a fact shit should have been there. All the detectives coming and going, all these things during the daytime that it had never had a problem catching before. And it always caught, But I knew the night, I knew that camera door sound. And I was like, fuck. But there was sounds of movement out on the main. And then in there, and I listened to the noises creep that night. I listened to this person come up to the camera. I listened to the door open and close. And then I listened to the gravel over at Dawn's Way. And I heard the chuff of one of the dogs, which means the dogs knew this person well. I took it. It was 2 barks. It was just barely an audible, right? And to me, that
I don't want to interrupt you, but do you feel like the gravel was from the dogs?
No, it was from footsteps.
No.
It was very very quiet. And, of course you have the washdown of 110, 125, all that there, but this was not that. This was at the very end of Dawn's, right there somewhere. And so after the camera door closes, there's enough time. The gravel hits right around Dawn's area with footsteps. The owner or known chuff of the one dog goes twice. Nothing else, which means that dog knew whoever it was very, very, very well. And hell, even those dogs, they bark at Dawn. I mean, it's one of those things. So I was like, But during that period, what you had were Dawn and Fred changing schedules from 1 to 3 a.m. and weird noises going on there too. But all these other things in the middle of the night. But I find it very weird. During that time, you also have Candace being caught behind the bubble, right? And then, and that's during the Amy Tate also. They're at that vigil. Then, Dawn and them and the boys coming in. Right after that, when Monster and I discovered this broken bubble busted at the bottom of the driveway, I didn't know what it was, so I started picking it up. I was like, what the? And you could see burn I just didn't, my brain didn't compute. Monster slaps my hand and he's like, holy shit, that's a burnt bubble. You're gonna get diseases. You have no immune system. Wildly enough, right? Whatever. Anyway, so, Dawn pulls in like ass on fire. Him and the Boy Scout, yeah, all these things, And this is the day, like, of and prior, and I reported it real time. But I slip and I say something about cameras. When I do, Dawn has the boys start looking for them in a weird way that they'd never acted before. Even I thought, what the fuck is going on? Dawn's like, where are they? Where are they? Oh my god, where are they? And I'm like, what the fuck? But Dawn, when he seen the bottom of the driveway initially, jumped out of the truck, him and the boys did, and come hauling ass over. And I was like, what? It's like almost like he knew that was there. Like the bubble had been busted, right? And my bestie and I reported it in real time, and then we found out like the next day Ken's been caught, I think that same day, buying the bubble from the store, and the vigil thing happened where Amy and all or whatever, but me and my bestie were like, holy shit, card reader now, I wanted to know who busted that at the very bottom of our driveway. It would have been on that camera. Correct? Yep. Absolutely it would have. I know it would have. And she said, get a card reader. Do not put that in your, don't risk it. And I reported it to LE. Now here's the thing, LE had always known where our cameras were, etc. I gave him full permission to come in, copy, do whatever they need to do, grab the whole camera store I care, you know what I mean? They would have let us know. They wouldn't have to sneak in all night. They would have just at any time, day and night, just come in there, pulled the card, done whatever they needed to, you know what I mean? There wouldn't have been no need for sneaking in the bullshit and all that. No clandestine bullshit necessary. You know what I'm saying? So then, what you have is Dawn pulling in, looking for the camera, all this other shit. Then later on, that's why I've always been like it was Dawn. Somebody was worried about what was on that camera, but also you have nights prior to that where there's a hell of a lot of movement in the dark. Weird shit, weird noises, weird things that are only synonymous with known things and behaviors and ways of communication inside of Beach Creek. And I'll leave it at that. And I did report. So it's very weird that that was erased, but and then after that, what I did, that's when the psychic, they had unblocked the road, and the psychic comes in, videotaping, and gets me in the nightgown with the machete, and I'm covered in ivy rest and everything else, because for the first time in my life, I actually got ivy of some sort. It was either oak or whatever, but damn, that shit ain't it for weeks where we've been out looking for summer. I mean, it had me head to toe. I was miserable, and look, I called for the search team because there's one thing I didn't have on their list was that I was like, man, if I meet up like this, I know they are. Y'all need to include ivy rest on that shit. But I was miserable for weeks. So I was covered head to toe in ivy rest in my nightgown and I and others in the darkness were just simply moving the cameras and trying to make sure we were triggering them right, and they weren't, they're still, but that way nobody could do that again. And that psychic comes in and finds me, and I'm sure it looked real weird, but I was simply just in my damn nightgown, because everything was itching.
Is that the
And
one we're walking down the driveway?
I wasn't walking down the driveway, I was in the road.
Oh, you were in the...
Yeah, and I have the video footage of it, and I'm showing it too, but the psychic, I'm told, put that the hell up. But I knew in real time, I was like, oh, it's one of those fucking looky-loos, because they come past us, right? And I was like, shit. And Eldest was up there, and he was like, fuck, ma. And I was like, yeah, no, they're going to make it a thing, because here I am with a machete, though it's just to cut down the brush to where I can move the cameras right to where they're hidden, and others can't see the, whatever. But they come back out and had the little red lights on inside the van. They were freaking out. You should have heard the wheels turning. They were terrified. You could hear them revving because they figured out suddenly it was indeed a dead end. They were going to come back by me. They were spooked as hell at finding some woman in a nightgown and a machete. And I'm like, I wasn't doing anything nefarious. I was just moving my damn cameras after they'd been erased. But then they put it up. And my bestie was like, holy shit, really? And we all had a good laugh about it. But that's the thing. It's like all those nights I spent out there waiting on the return of a predator, which I was assured by Cardi. And I was like, I ain't wrong about this. If this is an unknown, not familiar with the family, a predator of certain calibers that took this much risk, they'll come back. There'll be a return. So that's what I was, part of why I was out there. But you couldn't tell. There was already so many people, tragedy pimps, weirdos, psychics, Bigfoot hunters. I'm not even kidding. Ghost crews, whole nine, looky-loos, pet and zoo types coming in and out of that road to get their whatevers and videos and content that it was impossible to tell if a predator was returning. And there were a couple of nights I thought that might have been the case. Couldn't tell though. Couldn't pinpoint it because of what everybody in the world decided to do with it rather than turn it into. And that's how everybody out here who wants to go into these communities, roadways, near the homes of where these crimes have taken place, occurred, people have gone missing from, can affect it, because a great deal of certain types of predators, they do indeed return to watch. And if law enforcement or other neighbors who can, say, hey, that ain't right, this person's not right, this car's not right, this behavior's off. It's much simpler to do that if all these people aren't looky-looing and coming in. You know what I mean? But now it hides these predators even more. To detriment of those like Summer. And to those, those of us like neighbors who smart enough to know things like this and are waiting on things like that. But we can't even tell. Because of the insertion and pet and zoo way we're all done around all these open and active cases. Predators now have the best smoke screen, and that's the internet and all the crazy set out because of them around all these open and active cases to hide in. Even if they return. I sit there night after night waiting for Summer's voice to hopefully call out from somewhere. To listen to the sound of any type of animals either gathering places once they weren't spooked by helicopters or search teams late at night. Listening to weird noises, patterns, movements, people that shouldn't have been. Trying to put pieces together. And the return of a predator. If it was someone unknown. But they make that too sound like it's nefarious. It's not nefarious. Kept watch and I kept wait. Because it was the right thing to do.
Jody, when What was that night that camera took your photo? That was when the psychic Juanita was out there, right?
Are
Or was
you
that
talking
before?
about the night with the nightgown and the
Yeah,
machete and all that?
yeah.
I've given the date for hold on. I'll
I
look
don't
it
need
up.
like an exact date. Was it when all of them were running around down there?
I've got Juanita and them on cameras too, doing their fuck shit and videos of them showing out right there, conning the world. She wasn't coming down and searching and doing all the shit she was doing. She'd come to the head of the holler sometimes, right there, not far past the stop sign. They come in a car and turn around every now and then, but she'd basically just spritz herself and then go back out and pretend she'd come in there to search. It was a con. And it was goofy. But anyway, let me see. The one was in a white van that did the whole catching me with the machete thing. And that was let me see. Some van that did not belong here came on ass into the road after 3 a.m. with my nightgown, no bra, flashlight off, holding my machete, trying to get the cam in the right position, and the vision field pickup, right? So the first thing they light up is the side of my neck with the scar. I'm sure was terrifying for him. This was right after the footprint guide posted about footprints, somewhere around July 16th.
Okay. I thought so. So it was early
Yeah.
and they had already stopped searching by then, hadn't they?
Well, they told y'all they were scaling back, but they're still in every day.
Okay.
And remain so. Even when we moved out there, they're still searching her. And that was late September. July. What do you want to bet? That's not the smash pole we found on the road at the bottom of the driveway yesterday. So it would have been July 14th. So we found out, I think, on the 13th. And one of the people I know in the community is one of the ones that took the pic of Candace finding the bubble before the vigil. So you're looking at 13th, 14th, 15th, all those things. And then after the vigil, where Amy Tate's there and tweaking occurs, and you can clearly see she is, and the boys are removed just a few days later and all that.
Okay. So when they started fucking with your cameras, when was that? The night before
Mm,
Summer went missing, you said? Or no?
no, no. This was the erasure of the cameras and all that took place after Summer vanished.
Okay. So no one was fucking with your cameras before.
Mm-mm.
Okay. But you moved them because of Jackie, right? Or no? I don't want to fuck it up. So,
Law enforcement knows, and I'm gonna
all right.
leave
Yeah, if
all
you can't talk about that's fine.
because unlike Fred and Monsterland, some things need to remain as they are, and with Ellie only. I know people scream, Jody Steer had cameras for some reason. She says that all of it was erased magically and all this. No, not the case. And it's not true. And I know they scream, well, you know, where are the cameras, Josie? Why didn't Josie catch us? You know what I mean? Law enforcement knows what needs to be known. And it's not nefarious in any way. It's just that also if I answer questions around that, like Fred and Monster on it, it lets the person or persons responsible know things they should not know.
Right. Yeah, no, I wasn't asking for that reason.
But the erasing of the cameras after other weird things took place matters greatly for reasons. At least I think so.
Oh, right.
It's like with one of the break-ins here, man. They stole one of the wired cameras. I guess they thought it had. And it's one I had shown a lot, right?
Uh-huh.
And they weren't looking for the rest. Anyway, they stole it with one of the break-ins here. I didn't do much good, but
Where now? Where you're at in the spot you're at right now? Is that what you mean?
yeah, in
Yeah.
like 2022, yeah. Yeah, they come in here and stole it, and then they tried to make me look crazy that Illy knows there, but that's not what I was calling her reporting, so they were wrong on that front when they were trying to enact the false 5150, you know. It's all goofy with the feathers count there, but yeah, they did steal that particular camera from in here. Because it was sitting here and I'd shown it live, so I knew what they were looking for. Right? And they grabbed it. And family witnessed them, so bitch, I ain't crazy, you know? But that wasn't what I was calling in about that anyway. So they in the stalkership of law enforcement was like the fuck at the stop sign, you know. They hedged their bets unwisely that day about what I was calling Ellie over. So yeah. And trying to make me look certain ways because it's not why Ellie or others were here that day. But they were gonna use that to try fucking false 5150 shit, eh? And the emergency custody crap. Wrong answer. Somebody when I was calling in about that day. But yeah, families also, they witnessed them and the people leaving out of here. And then Fizzle's like, oh my God, you know, and she was like, JSB's stalking Stahl, you know, or trying to blame it on Stahl because Stahl was wearing pink shorts that day and la that JSB and Little were in court and this break-in happened. And I don't know, put it squarely on Stahl like Stahl was responsible for breaking in. But the family, we weren't even here. Little and I were out having like a celebration movie and stuff. For the one break-in anyway, but Penny put that squarely on Stahl and tried to imply it. But the family were the ones that witnessed people pulling the break-in and laughing and screaming, getting into a vehicle after they'd been real quiet, gotten in here, done things. The feather count does its bullshit, blah blah. I was like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. So, but yeah. So it's been a hell of a Jurassic Park ride.
Sue in your chat that's how I feel lately. But like be able to notice what's mostly important instead of being distracted by all of the chaos. And I do feel that your relationship and your home life has been also a distraction when it comes to, you know, Summer's case. And they use that to their advantage and it works all the time. Yep.
They use it for content and drama while they hashtag Summer's name in it. And they scream at me, Summer's lost in all your bullshit, Jody Sue, the domestic violence. This ain't about you and Monster. Tiffany, you know as well as I do. I never started this channel to be an end-all be-all Summer. It was here to hunt tragedy pimps, the bullshit they were doing to us, and DV, and then I'd speak when and where I could about Summer. That was it.
Yeah.
And I that. Now, I'm going to speak about DV. I'm going to try to keep us safe from the crap this place does to us in real life and the whole community. I'm going to hunt, I'm going to do whatever, and I'm going to speak for DV. That is always going to be a thing. I don't care if they continue, but they use it as content, and they also use Monster, and Monster uses this place in order to abuse me openly and profit off of.
He's
Well, they
been
have,
like,
and swear I'm responsible for it. All they have to do is not talk about it, other than, hey, we should support survivors, victims, fighters. This is not right. They don't have to make it the content it is and always has been, or distraction from Summer. I may speak about it, but what is out there is the most content, because let's be real, this place doesn't have information or content about Summer all the time. What it has is manufacturing and then pumping out garbage, or making what about, the drama shit unfold, or screwing with our satelliting things like the cases between Monster and I and others in order to feed on and keep this thing perpetuating, and then to scream at us and say we're responsible. But in all reality, we may speak about it, but what they pump out 10,000 videos a day, it's them. And Summer's lost in them and their choices to use that as content, and to use Monster and our situation and try to set up shit between us, and to light up and to silence me and do all these things and to make us feel certain types of way. It's them doing that. You know what I mean? I'm not the one pumping out 10,000 videos. And notice when I do talk about Summer over here at all, you'll have trolls come in and start trying to trigger me with references or talks about Monster to get me off the path and to talk about this or that and the other. They use it as a way to fuck with me. And then they'll scream, but you never talk about this. Look, my channel is not, nor has it ever been, I'm supposed to be here about Summer Wells. No. And I've been transparent about that, but they want people to believe at this point that's what I jumped to YouTube for. No. And what I spoke on and released publicly prior to Summer anything was domestic violence stuff and videos. That's what I opened up to the public first. And it's something I had spoken on for years prior on all my social media accounts, even with Monster and I still together. Monster didn't care because it's been a wide open known thing inside the community, and he's pretty proud of it. Here locally, he just didn't expect my voice to reach the world. And is not, And so, oh well, but I will save other women and children where I can while these people use it. Scream Summer's lost in it, or swear I want it about me instead of Summer. No, I don't. I don't want them showing other women and children while they can't reach out from the darkness and dying, leaving in body bags. Afraid of places and people just like this who support abusers coming online and being like boo-hoo them and flip scripts and everything else. I don't want that. Who the hell wants that? And if you're, supporters in this area and champions of those like Petitos and Harmony Montgomerys, you should want the exact opposite of what you're doing out here as creators. Quit using mine and Monsters, DV, and all that as content. Call it for what it is. Stop supporting monsters who openly admit all these things. Stop that. Stop filling the chats with comments going, "Aww,"
if you could guess, how many times has he admitted to what he did to you? Like, at least a handful, no?
You talking about online?
Yeah.
Or in real life?
In public, like in front of this whole community. I'd say he's said it a couple times, like admitted to what he's done to you, right? Nobody's like confused.
To flip it like the other night, he had to stick with that. Oh, I'm a son who got into it, and he tries to make like I just got into it, right? But it's all fell on her breast, I think. Now he's adding an I think to it, though I've already busted him out cold with proof that he's lying. That did not happen, and the breast center reports on us and the surgery things show that's a high impact injury, one so bad and severe they don't even see that in car wrecks type thing. This is not a joke. And that's not what happened in the least, but I waited for him. So I only ever released the 4 or 5 photos because I knew what he'd do. He'd try to weave them together and make a story, and eventually he did. The night you all had him on panel, I believe, with my sibling, And he was like, well, we fell on her. And then he had to admit, my siblings, like, that's the only time he's ever hit her in the lot with the eye or what it was, the face one and all. And he's like, well, no. And then he goes, well, I have done worse than that, even to her. Talking about the photo where he split my face open to the bone and my boobs and all that, I mean, yeah, he tells me, yeah. And my sibling's like, what? So even she was taken for a ride by him after he come into contact with her suddenly after all this, right? And starts trying to buddy up. But anyway, and Jenny inserts inside of it, siblings like, well, so anyway, the thing is that, he tried to weave all those things together like I knew he would. And then I knew I had the receipts to break it down and to show that, he was lying. The hospital, I showed it that night. I was like, here are the messages. The incident where him and quote my son just got into it. Like he makes it like, oh, it was a slapping dig. It was just a thing between father and son. Ain't no father and son should be whatever. What he leaves out of that, and he'll never say, is that he laid hands on Little and Eldest lit his fucking head up, and then he touched, and it was on. As soon as he touched Little, Eldest was on him, and I was on him. It's the only time I've ever laid hands. Don't touch my kids, man. I may not have stood up the rest of the times, because of I knew how it could end and how he would abuse me too. He usually sat on me, strangled me, this and the other, blah blah. But so he'd have the upper hand because he knew if I ever fought back. But he begged me to fight back, but I knew what he wanted, and I knew it could mean an entire annihilation or murder of the children, and it would be an absolute escalation. So I stood down and took the beatings in a way, but also had a lot, like I couldn't, because of how he'd sit on me and smother me and strangle me and all that. But anyway, that night it was I don't think so. You ain't gonna touch my fucking kids, bro. And Eldest, you don't touch Little. Let me assure you, that one will protect her till the end of his days on this earth. He's not fucking around. So as soon as Monster went for Little, Eldest was on him, and then I was on Monster, and it's like, you're not gonna touch either of my kids, big boy. So then he got his head rocked, and when he did, then he gets up and he grabs a baseball bat. He's beating the shit out of me. He's calling Little the C word and worse, and telling them how they're pussies and they're ganged up on him. It's right, he runs off and he bangs some other stall pump version for a few days, and then you have to chase him because you wound up tight. And then when you have to chase him, then it makes him. That was his pattern. You have to chase, you have to follow, you have to track him down, you have to boo-boo his feelings, and then it justifies what he's done right in his own head. It's okay, see, they need me, they love me, I'm forgiven, whatever, and then he comes back, and it's this cycle, right? And you're trained in it. And no matter how desperately you want away from it, but anyway, I showed those receipts, but that's why he'll never stay out in the open. But the thing is I showed the receipts where all these are different incidents. There's a video of me up a long time ago talking about how he beat my breasts. Others here seen it. The damn it, y'all can't imagine the pictures. You've seen it when it's fresh. That's fresh, Tiffany. Minutes after, once he finally walked away, and that's how fresh that was. Over the course of the following days, they became rock hard. And have you ever had a really bad blood blister where it's pure black?
Yeah.
That's what my entire chest and both of my breasts and everything were. And my eyes were completely ruptured because he strangled me with his hands, the seatbelt in his dad's truck. He broke the dash. I showed the clothing with the milkshake stain still on it in one of my Facebook feeds. I remember well what was done to me and when, and it started out on the roadway. It started over him abusing on a holiday, and birthday stuff for no reason. He just started beating the shit out of me in the parkway near J.R. Bailey's and continued. He tried to kill us on the road, right at the exact spot where the milk jug video is taken. The truck about flipped over, and then he tried to drag me out at Brad curb, and then again at walk. I mean, all these things. It was and I wouldn't have been able to make it back to kids, and he was threatening to go kill the kids. And
act like that. What do you feel like? I mean, what do you feel like it was that triggered that in him? Like, what was it? Money? Was it a schedule thing? Was it having to be somewhere? What do you think
anything
was
to do
that?
that, just an average day. I thought you could
Just that
watch
way.
him, you watch something swim behind his eyes, and all of a sudden you relate into. There'd be days where coworkers at work, males, they have all streaming against, would say something to him to trigger him, and he would leave work or take off early or whatever, and he would tell me, I'm coming, and it would be to take it out on me, and I would be fucking brutalized and beat
Basically,
because,
had a bad day. Like he would just take it out on you guys. For what?
and it could be because he, like, I begged certain people in his community not to give him pills or other things, and they would do it anyway. And when you have a brain like his, and you don't have much of an empathy center anyway, pills and things like that cut into that even deeper. They take away, even Tylenol does that, it has an effect on your empathy center. So he would get far worse, and I begged those around him, stop, please stop, it made that worse. They didn't stop, he didn't care. Whatever he was doing in the background, especially around the stall era and all that, wasn't helping. Um, Concentrates weren't helping, all this other crap. But also he'd do this, he would, for weeks leading up to a holiday or birthday, he'd get really violent, set off shit. That way he could excuse and take joy, all these things, what was going to culminate on the day of these holidays, right? And around them. He would also do this when somebody like Stahl was a real prospect and he had a chance of actually fucking
He
him.
says that he didn't have that. I noticed this recently. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt you. That he met her after Summer went missing, and I was like, bullshit. Like, is
No,
this
they caught themselves on PG. Stahl was too proud of it and wanted me to know. Stahl on PG's that night, he was up there and acting pretty abusive to Stahl, and got her to shut up and then came back on. Um, she was like, no, we've been together for over a year. And then look at the rental dates on what they didn't pay rent for on JLR's channel. Mm-mm. I also have shown proof on my Facebook, as y'all can see, that's not the case. And they took Little's money they stole off the government in her name to go bang and Gatlinburg, all these other things. When he was still telling us it was all right, and coming to me, and when it was just me by myself and going, oh, it's fine, blah, blah, blah. He was telling the rest of the world we were done this year, but he never, ever told me that. Never. And then it was like, what the hell? I mean, it was all these, it's him. But, yeah, they've been together for a very long time. Even, well, she had him wound up for a very long time prior to summer because we were sitting in bed at night and she was skeezing the shit out of my profile enough for algorithms to show her. Y'all, you should see the block date on her real accounts on mine.
how long
It,
would you say that she was dating him before Summer went missing? Like a year before, or a couple months, or what?
quite a while before, the cancer and stuff in July of 2020 or June. So somewhere around there. Uh, and she'd also moved jobs so she could be right next to him and control him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of why he was going back and forth, going, Jody, see if you don't want me to quit this job, it's going to ruin our lives. Wait and see, wait and see. And because he was always good about getting very close to me finding out, and then he would have me break him down or start sniffing and be like, oh, I got back away. But she's a little too extra. She was going to call him out anyway. It's like, I'd go over to the store next door when I take him, coworkers lunch, breakfast, just stop by, do whatever, or whatever when I was out for doctor's appointments, this, that, and the other. And she would literally run into me physically because she's way below like my breasts. And she would tilt her head, I was like, what the hell's her problem? Even Little was like, what the fuck is that lady's issue? She was already acting like I was somehow doing something to some guy of hers. You know what I'm saying? It has an issue. All right. And she was posting things on her Facebook and stuff talking about, you damn right, us good women, there's a reason, blah, blah, blah. And it's because you guys out there fucking around us, these air mattress Ashley's. Yeah, but yeah, I have proof of them, even coworkers and stuff along that. And he was so freaked out because his coworkers, they would message him, which I could see, and then they would message me, and he was so terrified. And I get these looks from John and Chris and the others. I'd pull up and John would give me this look like, man. And I thought it was just because he felt sorry for me because they knew Monster was beating on me and shit, even my head half attached. And before that, and the cancer raining, I was like, damn. But they knew what was going on. And the other coworkers were trying to warn me with the, hey, how long you gonna spend over at the store in the bathroom, bro? And then he started making it where he couldn't stay inside of the workplace, but he had to go use the bathroom next door and also the other. And then I would see weird looks when he would kiss me or do something in my car, he would look back and he would always have a cut. I'm like, man, it's over there. The thing is over there. And I knew it at a certain point. But yeah, for quite a while. But he got wound up. He knew she'd be the type to out him.
Andy's a lot.
He was searching for some of our private, intimate things, and they would disappear from the house. So he was using those with Stahl.
Wait, say that again?
He was looking for private, intimate things of ours that I'd purchased, adult activities.
Right.
And they would vanish after he was where they were looking for him.
The fuck?
Yeah, and it's like a two-party system, and they would vanish. And then suddenly people's things were broken and stuff. So anyway, he was using things we bought and used together with Stahl and shit. And and they did it wrong.
Okay. Well, shit.
That's some gross shit, bro. So yeah, I mean, well aware, and I can show you all kinds of shit, vids, wild shit, outings of messages from coworkers, employees, all the things. Let me show you where time cards were. I can't ever take lunch, but then suddenly, it had lunch again on its time cards, and the new messages at the heart you all see, and everybody's like, oh, it means he loves her. I knew in real time that was his way of having a neutral message throughout the day, just to see if it kept Wi-Fi, which would mean I was at home or sitting somewhere, and he had enough time to be over there with Stahl or in the Walmart parking lot and other places, which were their favorite to go bang around in inside of my car I was paying for, which he had Stahl believing was his, and he was paying for.
He's fucking grimy.
Grimy as hell, bro. You should have seen the KY and condoms and shit popping up in vehicles after he banged prostitutes on the other job. That was grimy. And he'd
Okay,
be like,
so you bring up a good point then. You bring up a good point because, okay, so was he into that, like, that you believe?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then that story about those women that climbed out of that van is ultra concerning to me.
For me, nothing more than
Mm,
in this air, but I mean, would he have partaken? Possibly. Hell, I don't know. But,
listen, all right, so the screenshots that you put out of the text message.
Prostitute is, once again, it's not a child, it's not related to any of that. It's just.
It does. I'm not saying that.
Like him have addiction issues. That includes generally with, and they have proclivities, you know what I mean? And that usually includes.
Right, but for someone to identify Andy in that way is interesting to me. Like someone that he knows in the community that would offer him, a woman out of the back of a van for.
I don't know that they offered. He never said that to me. He just said that, hey, they did. It was like, hey, look at what I got. Preferred
it was like
right?
one of these girls,
Well,
right?
advertising, yeah, but this is also a Fruit Loop that
but
is
normal person. If Andy was normal, in my opinion, he would report something like that. That person knew enough to know that.
I don't care what the public thinks, it was reported.
Right, but I'm saying wasn't reported by Andy. Was
he
it?
Didn't report. I did.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That person identified that he could do that with him, right?
Maybe this is a person that was like, hey, comfortable because they're jail buddy. But to me, that piece is not there to hit out at Monster, though Monster probably thinks it is. It's not. It's a piece of something far larger.
I think it speaks to my opinion is it speaks to his character as a person, and that's my opinion.
I mean, there are things that float like that in all communities, and deviancy and all with his type of monster, yeah, they exist. It's a known for them, but it's a known thing. But for me, that piece, though Monster may see it as whatever towards him, but it's not. It's gearing up for other pieces that go with that, and it makes a broader picture. It is not about really Monster in the least. But he probably thinks it is. This place probably thinks it is. But, when I put it out, and then you do see that Monster does probably think it's bad because then he lies about it, right? Over here. Then I put out the next receipt, and it shows that he's lying. But, much like he did with all the abuse stuff and everything, I caught him lying and was able to break it apart. But those pieces, though you all may think they're all domestic violence related, or me being like, monster this, monster that, they're not. They're parts of pictures and things, honestly, sometimes I hope Monster stops and thinks about.
Mm-hmm.
To where he can figure out what the hell's really going on, or maybe hold something. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, in that case, yeah.
What he knows, I hope sometimes, but he can't see past him himself mask, I don't think, to see what those receipts are not necessarily directed at him, but he thinks they are, but they're actually things that are far bigger than I, or the DV. And that's what they're there for, though you all may take them, he may take them as another. That's not what they're there for. But all in due time. There's a lot of my DV receipts that he may take that way, or you all may take that way, but they actually contain things that are part of a far, far larger picture and have nothing to do with.
Well, right. Only you and he would know that. Right.
But he's willing to take off the blinders and the tragedy shit and to stop thinking outside of his mask and the flip script and all that and stop thinking it and to look at those and go, he'll never see, and even then I don't know if he will. Because he's stuck with gas to fire instead of brain to, well. And believe it or not, there are a great many days that I don't know if I could speak. Well, not now. He's too tainted to whatever he is. He's the worst person. He'll never go backwards. There's no going forwards, but there are days I wish. Because there were moments in life where team mattered, and one of those was with the brain and being able together to put together things that needed to be. But I could no longer do that, and he could not be trusted, especially as he's wound up around certain people and teams and groups and certain fires, so he can no longer be trusted. But I wish sometimes he would think past himself and see certain things, but then also the lies and everything between. How in the hell is he gonna tell things even if he does see past those receipts for what they actually are and what they contain? Because he's already lied too much to everybody. And that's damn unfortunate where it concerns everything. Really.
Well, he's talking an awful lot all around.
But he's not. He's here to profit, jerk off, keep a mask on. He thinks I'm whatever. Just him doing him. Doing what monsters all do. Helping this group, them helping him, just like they've done for how long. You heard the phone call. You heard the thing with us warning. Despite everything, trying to keep monsters safe and out of all this shit for the betterment of Summer. And he said he didn't give a fuck about Summer. He was just wanting the money. He wanted $500. That's what he was being offered, for interviews, and then all around the Brooks and all that thing, and all the stuff, and the Piper and the Gins and the BKs and all that drew him in, So
I remember.
So you heard it, and you heard what he's after, and it's not the first time or the last you heard him say it either.
I'll
Very
always,
recently, while he was attacking Little, and you heard it.
I'll
Him
always
say,
conversation that was fucked up actually. Because if I honestly, if I had not heard Andy for myself, I wouldn't have believed it as much, right? Like, I remember I was carrying my groceries, and I think it was like warmer out. I'm pretty sure. It was like, I remember exactly where I was when I heard him, because I was like, holy shit, he's fucking nuts. And just the way he was talking to you was horrible. So, and I know his kind.
both kids here present, and he knew it.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I believe so.
Saying right in front of Little, and he knew it.
Both,
That he give one flying fuck about Summer effing Wells,
because
but if there
your
was money
son
to be made,
too, right?
then he wanted in, and it was $500 an interview. And I was like, bitch, we ain't making no money. Nobody's. And I wasn't tipping, at that time I wasn't monetized. Nobody paid me for anything. Tried to tell him that. I'm like, please just stop.
Yeah. Your
Like,
son
yeah, what the hell's going on? Just stop and stay away from these
wasn't
people. And
just your daughter. Your son and your daughter were there. I remember. So yeah, and Andy was an asshole. Like,
yelling, abusing outright, telling me how everything was my fault.
I don't think anybody's ever gotten the opportunity to really hear him like that as far as YouTube creators go. I don't know. Have they, Jody?
Not many.
Probably not.
Some. You've heard some of the videos or calls and things that are extreme nature, but you've heard it live and in real time.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty extreme. And I really, hearing him actually was probably helpful to my disposition with him, right? If that makes sense. I'm actually glad I was able to hear him say the things that he did and the way that he spoke, because I think that's important to. I wish more people would have heard what I
He
did.
was doing that to me. He wouldn't let me speak, would he, Tiffany? Was screaming.
Oh no.
And,
Yeah.
I was just in fucking tears, and there was nothing I could do to contain it. And
And you were really not trying to like
he
sit
was
there
rubbing
or anything. I remember that.
him, telling me, he was like, bitch, I'm sitting in our bed or whatever, my own bed, and this here, like, ha ha. He left with what he thought was without our own.
He's still a problem now.
But yeah, I'm a bad bully, huh? What do you think if he did that, right? And he thought nobody was listening. And Stahl was there and present for that. You could tell she was.
You can hear him talk to you that way in front
Yeah.
of both of your kids. She should know what she signed up for, right?
Yeah, so she was there, heard that, and then on top of that, so if you think by that point that's how he was to us, how do you think he was at home? And all we were trying to do as a unit, despite everything, was warning him and protecting him from this group and getting involved in YouTube and trying to get to him that he wasn't safe and to stop and Green Eyes and who was responsible for all that, just to stop, to save himself, to protect himself, his family, and even Saul. And instead, he took it as a way to abuse while we were trying to protect him still. So, what do you think he did to us at home? tell you everything.
Well, he's admitted to some of what I mean, I'm sure he was worse than, what, I don't know what he did to your children. I wasn't there. I didn't live in your house, unlike Jenny, who speaks to things that happened 13 years ago. I don't know what he did or
It's
did
like they
not
were
do.
right in my bedroom, right in our lives, like they were just there like a fly on the wall for all 3 decades, man.
Yeah, and I have to go
Wow.
back to that conversation that I had with Gavel, because I remember, I'm pretty sure it was the day. I might be off by a day or 2 or 3, but I'm pretty sure it was very close to the day that they pulled all that shit, right? With that 13-hour phone call. And I remember saying to Jenny, like, I think it's gone too far with, Jody's home life. I think you should pull back. Like, what do you want to get out of this here?
We
Like,
did it in Ziggy's the other night to the stabbings and everything else around us, right? And me and all this other crap, and there he is talking about how he wasn't still at that time and he is now, which I know he is. Eldest in there, but we all know what he's doing here in the community. And he's talking about being on all kinds of drugs and this year, and
Jody,
obviously, yeah.
speaking of drugs, did you happen to hear him speaking about sedatives? Like, he just named them all within like 10 seconds flat. They just came like rolling right out of his mouth. I would have had to Google what, like, I mean,
I think
he
I
knew
was
them.
told that, but I can't watch much film or watch where it bothers me as
I
it's
would have thought
intended
that
to.
it was Andy Bernard MD. Like, he literally spit them all out in like 10 seconds flat. Less than that, probably 3 seconds. He had them all up, like 20 of them, just listed them off. I can't remember exactly where it happened. It was just recent, but it struck me right away. I was like, isn't that interesting? I don't know. But listen, I have to go. What time is it? 4? Yeah, I'm a little bit late getting off of here, but um I'll come back later if you're live. Can you unblock me on my main account, because I'm on my alt, and my friend Dana and Sarisa, and I think there's someone else I can't remember. Probably have more people than that.
Huh?
When you have time. What?
I think it's something about CP cosplay.
Oh, yep, my friend CP. Yep, I don't know if she's blocked or unblocked.
I don't know. Comments from all their little sketch run
I'll give you
streets.
a list of people. I'll give you a
But
list.
also, long-term planted weapons over here for a while. We're also backdoor modding, so there's that. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
will try to give peace a chance for some.
Yeah, no worries. When you have time, Jody, you don't have to.
I'm gonna try to shake loose the box. That fucking box from me.
Okay, yeah, unblock me. Okay. And
For
I'll come.
now.
I just have to run out real quick and then I'll come
And I
back.
want to be clear, this does not mean in any way that Tiffany and I are working together, friends, or that all's forgiven, just so we're clear, just like I am with most. Does not mean Tiffany or others that I still won't call it fuck shit. We're say fuck shit. Alright.
Okay,
Just,
Jody.
you know
All right.
how I roll. You know how I roll.
No problem. I'll talk to you later. Have a good rest of your day.
I will do it. You do the same.
All right. Bye.
Alright, y'all. That's where we're at today. Duh. Well, Granny, I wish I could still have my Facebook open, but every time I open it, these assholes report it, do weird things, try to get taken permanently. So, I randomly go over there and do quick lives or this and the other, I record certain things and shut it back down. So things are there for purposes and reasons. Check on things real quick, but for the most part, it stays. Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna grab some ice real quick. Yeah. And also, just to make a note here, for those who have a issue or say, well, oh, gosh, they had contact with Monster at these points together. Here's the thing, around those dates, you had, paperwork and these things are not being served in certain time frames and all this. You had Monster using other family members' accounts of his, pretending to be them in order to, and it's so blatantly that even Ellie could see it. And we're like, what the fuck is this idiot think he's up to? And gonna violate us at that time. All these other things you don't play. And he was messaging, learning about as other people pretending to be them, and wanting to know where I and Little were and our whereabouts and exact locations and all this. So there's all those things going there. Plus, he was very much messaging family, keeping eyes on us, all these other things, even paperwork in place. He was visiting properties. He was doing all the fucking shit. Okay, so that was all occurring around those times. So for anybody who wants to be like, well, they as a unit decided to try to help protect Monster and keep him and his people safe from this group, whatever, and Monster agreed to that. It's on recording, etc., by mutual in between parties, and then that's what took place, is what you're Tiffany talking about. But anyway, as you can see how well that worked out, right? Money was its lure in, and abusing us, and getting paid. So anybody says, oh look, they did whatever around the orders, yeah, that thing was doing all its own shit, plus revving up and down, stalking and using the stall as a buffer to keep an eye on and doing all things, contacting family, pretending to be other people, trying to get in little whereabouts, info on us, so nope. No. I'm not gonna play a game either. But and that's continued. And honestly, if what wasn't being done with this group hadn't been done with it, I probably would have, especially geared towards Little and I, and false 5150s and the 13-hour phone calls and the setups and the plans and the crap geared towards Little to obtain her by those like Jenny and them so they could pump her for all things somewhere else and get near her, and so Monster could profit off of having her and to also, quote, break me down as a human being or, harm me in that sense and everything else. I probably would have never pursued the others that were put into place either, and now you see it being all bold and everything else, out here, because it wants you to think it's confused between the difference between a restraining order and a personal, an order of protection, and everything else. It's not, it's good and well. But it's doing it anyway, and so is this place, and it's helping to do it for profit and to openly abuse. And still you gotta fucking protect like an idiot. But it can't see past that because whatever. But man, all I can say is I would never pursue another one. This other, just stop. We all know the truth. Let the truth stand. Let the survivors of you stand. Their voices to help others. Never end up with monsters like whether you like the mask coming off, or whether you don't, whether you want the flip script, not, doesn't matter. not the victim. They're the perpetrator. It's going to be like, man, just let us be, but now there's too much money wound up around doing that. And tickling them both ways, getting abused and getting paid for it. What the hell's it got to lose? As its groups made it damn near impossible to pick up the phone and do it. And I've had fucking mercy and grace and not picked up that phone a whole bunch. Anyway. Yep. So, they can all think they have these aha moments and whatever, if that's what some of things are about. Going, but look, it had XYZ with, well, during that time, even aliens start seeing it interact and dig Ryan Little's whereabouts, knowledge, and everything else on us, circling family and being here, actively on properties and stealing things from here, all these other things, And then legend its way closest to Eldest, and family members mine had never been around before, but had to be suddenly once paid for, and always to keep eyes and ears on us at all times, and to always keep us in a box, but also to have info to sell off to this place. And for this place to separate me from any support system I may have had, like any good abuser, right? And like it had done for so long anyway. These and those like Jenny and Adrian enacted the same playbook. Separate a survivor from, or a fighter of, from any support system they could have. Feed the support system bullshit and lies, cause problems, do this, do that, and use the abuser to do it as well. Who would have done it anyway? Get back near children immediately who aren't ready to be triangulated like that or anything, or be near it or healed or remotely, fresh out of and put right back near. By those with very little understanding, those being manipulated by a monster and by tragedy pimps, all using the same playbook on them. Dark and devious this place is. Very insane. So, monster, all the I still think, did you see a piece earlier? I don't know if you were watching or not at that point. Did you see Chasing Hairline and the missing 1-800-TBF on summer account over there in whatever comments talking about domestic violence? Seriously, especially after what the TBI Summer Wells chatter around here does around Iron Monster, and especially towards me in domestic violence, seriously. And how Hairline, Chasing Hairline there, Tracy Ann, and her group do with Monster and for Monster. That's some of the wildest things I've ever seen. See that, Tiffany? Wow. Something to behold. And they're all mad about something in Queen Bee's being said about domestic violence. Yeah. They've all had friends die in this airplane, but according to chasing hairline. But yeah, look at what they're doing. As long as it has a golden ticket, huh? And value and tormenting me. And then pay to play. Some look what missing some roles when it entered TVI Find account was doing just in Bones past couple days. Go back and look at those chats, bro. Go back. And I showed them live in real time on my channel. Yeah, they all are against TV though. Abusers. I'm like, mind blown. They're mad at Queen Bee and whoever was in chat over there doing whatever around whatever and whoever. Yeah, okay. Sure. Makes perfect sense. And it's very hard in this realm. Part of my training and wiring for Monster was to protect at all costs. Right? Someone who never protected us and only harmed us. And that still exists, and it's a very hard thing to break. And this place has only kept it from me, and it's something I'd very much like to go away, but I'll always protect anybody as long as, unfortunately, it's the right thing to do. I'll do that. But because it's monastery, it hurts having to sit on both sides while watching still abuse us and target us. Do it for profit. It's great. But now there is some side involved because of sudden changes and mouth dropping moments lately that everybody's all for one and one for all. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? What do you do? Except what you think's right. Plant your heels firmly and embrace. Story of my life. So anyway, I think I've I don't remember who it was, but they wanted PayPal. I dropped it. And I was looking forward to one because they asked and I got distracted. And I don't remember now. Why is it doing that? It's not right. What the fuck is going on with this thing? Huh? Yeah, don't ask. I don't. I had to update and do weird stuff to fix all the hacking of it, and it's been a pain. Ah, there it goes. So there's that one. I don't know if I posted it for whoever asked earlier, and I don't. Blatantly, I wish I could explain all the things. One day, maybe I can eventually. Because there's a reason, and it's not some piddly reason. I really wish a lot of things, but it's. Idiot doesn't even realize. Or he expects me to protect him, as always, even while he does. I don't. Hard toss up, probably both. I don't care. But I'll do right, even while he does wrong. Also, the story of my life. Yeah, I know there was one or two that flew through here trying to distract me with it, and there was actually a real, I don't, whatever, man. You know how the day goes, generally around. And you're right, he won't even speak out. He'll sit on panels where the children are being made fun of, or to look like certain names, or their names made fun of, or their people around have called him or accused him of this, that, and the other, or made him look sus. He won't say a damn word. He'll target these children with them, though. He'll sit while they make fun of them. He'll invite them to the property. He'll sit in chats where the kids are made to look whatever. Even eldest, who he obviously has random off and on contact with, I guess, still, I don't know. But, he won't defend him at all. Correct anybody. Saying it the other night when eldest was being attacked, he never said a fucking word. Instead, the next sentence, literally two below, was about himself and how he should be able to do whatever to make the world think better of him. But he never once spoke for eldest. Me the other day in Brooks and other places, I was like, how dare these fucking chatters be talking about my kids this way? Fuck all y'all. Brooks is like, I'll take care of Chad, bitch! Shut the fuck up, and letting it rain scream, so even in that, I defend my children always. And he'll sit right with those, harming. And he'll target them too with his crap. Those making fun of their names, make them look certain ways. And he'll worry about self. And he's not supposed to be mentioning either. Well, I mean, little anyway, but damn. Even if he can't legally do that, he could still. And right now, as you can see, he keeps mentioning little him anyway, despite him not even supposed to be breathing a word or acting like she exists. But eldest man, he could defend. He'll try to flip script and wear that mask, though, for himself. It's concern number one. All while eldest and little both know he sits around a group that have enacted this, and there's enough proof, and that they've targeted little on purpose, and they've lied, and all this. He's friends with them, and working with this group to torment him and whatever. They watch him still do it. Still worried about self. Sure, it's really gonna help things heal ever for any. And he wants to pretend that's gonna be the case. They know what he is. They still see it. We all see it. It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious he only cared when Jenny and him and all them were doing whatever. Little could be targeted or used to hurt, harm me, get a hold of her as a witness, tamper there like he had other children around Summer's case, and been able to do. Then she mattered. Then Eldest mattered. All things. Getting right around Eldest as soon as we were out and away from him, all that mattered. Only once his place and money came into play. But as you can see now, not one word to defend it. Eldest just his own self. So it shows you. And he has no problem, even though illegal and against the OP between him and Little, talking about kids in plural when it benefits his mask on panels, they'll violate, but he damn sure ain't bothering to violate to defend either. But Little and I both prefer, just like the judge, that he not whisper anything about her, ever. And he's not supposed to be, ever, ever, ever. When she's 18 plus, she gets to make that decision from on. She's already made that decision on her own several times. So services. So did he. He made the first call, and that was to toss her away and all that, and laughed, knowing she could see and hear him, knowing she was in the courtroom. And they thought it was a big joke. Everybody had a good chuckle, including the judge, until the judge realized, oh shit, she's in the courtroom, and then he had her stayed up. Whatever. She's chosen. And he knows it, but he's not supposed to be talking about it. Ever. As long as she's a minor, even if and when orders run out, etc., others are not taken out. Because she is just to him a random child in the world. She's not proven to be. He has no custody of, and therefore, anything he does right, he's not supposed to be. That's all I'm saying. He was told. So, and he'll take from her mouth, and him and Straw both will, but he ain't paid a damn dime in child support. And some have made that damn near possible or denied it because, whoopsies, I'm retiring. And, oh, I lost the calculator suddenly between this case and the one before you. And all these other things, and I don't know. All thing, it just doesn't matter. Just, he'll take from her. He'll profit on her. He'll profit on both of them. And by abusing something open. He ain't contributed a thing. Ever in our life, really. But he'll stand there and be like, I ain't been ordered to pay it. Did you really have to be? And he never had to be or has to be in all the times apart. The only difference now is the addition of gas to fire. There's no problem taking from my kid either, profiting off it. They're acting like I'm somehow the one that did them wrong. It's just still wild to me. Okay, buddy. You ain't gonna get me this sort of dude that does that to kids that I know beforehand is an abuser of all. Drug addict, this, that, the other. And then being okay with them not paying or providing for the children. And also helping them take money from that child in order to go bang in a motel somewhere in vacation and buy all the pretty things for them and their children. I'll never be that type of woman. Some are, though. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, that's just where I'm at today. Yep. I'm also not the type to teach my kid to be going by places, stalking, harassing, laughing, having a good time, doxing other women and children. With orders in place, perpetrators on the loose, peeping toms still yet unfound after years. Showing them that that's how you have a good time. Setting an example for them that way either. I'm just not going to do that either. There's a whole bunch of bad shit running around in the world, ain't there? Just a whole bunch. Or one who has their child sitting in chat as a mod who doesn't have the capability to understand or comprehend, but listens to you as a mother plot, plan, harm, and destruction to another woman and child's life. And horrendous things. We're going to open and active investigations as adults in chats talk and say the most horrendous things, and your excuses, well, they don't even have the, cognitive abilities to understand what they're seeing or hearing while I have them hold them up. But talking about my parent, anything else, I don't think so. Y'all ever seen my fucking kid in here? Like, straight up modding or like, yeah, it's all... But they're like, oh, Little's around wherever this here, little, hearing all this, yeah. Yeah, no. No, she ain't. No matter what they'd like you to believe. And, they'd like you to believe that, though, wouldn't they? And a great deal many do. The difference between my children and theirs is that my children have lived this. They're witnesses too. We lived in there. We survived, and we're trying to survive all these things. Being laid in and hunted and procured and all these other tragedy pimps. We got a monster running loose. Perp somewhere running loose. Peeping Toms running loose. Some are still missing. They know all of these things. We've lived it. We're still living it. Their children do not have to be subjected to that. They don't have to know about these horrendous crimes and cases. They don't have to be part of their parents on phones plotting and planning to destroy people around active and ongoing investigations just because they're petty or crazy or needful things or income streams or whatever else. They don't have to be part of that, man. They shouldn't have to see these awful things out in this world. They should be normalized to their children. Shouldn't be taught to them. They shouldn't be taught bullying and normalization or watching adults flow by in chats or watching their moms drive by and stalk for profit and harass and giggle at and put other women and children in danger who are traumatized, fucked up, PTSD, all these things, I mean, by all these real life events they've really lived and are trying to survive with an abundance of predators and abusers and crazy nuts, pointed at us because the narrative's driven by this place, these creators, and the danger we're always in once that's done. And this has been done to us, like I've said even before we ever left Ben Hill. Once they opened up that roadway, it was really on. people in person calling my little freaks and people screaming at us and doing all these things and following us and all this long before we were public. We were hunted in the first hours, man. But we were done this way, stalked, harassed, screwed with, yelled at by nutters offline being sent into these roadways into all of us because we were simply just there, man. Petting zoo stuff. And it's not lit up. And these people have actually pushed it in doxed locations to where now they know where to come to try to cut us apart and, enact justice if Lawson doesn't and blah, 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 So to say that if we were ever silent, or we'd shut up and go away and say, this wouldn't be happening to us. It's very abusive. It's trying to blame us for shit that the public, nutters, true crime junkies, petting zoo TikTok weirdos that want to have a clip of something, all these people at Inset and these open and active investigations within hours, then minutes, seconds of alerts being released. The way they hunt and prepare run all these cases long before summer's overlapping and continuing. You're wrong. Silence and going silent in the face of these things. No. No. We'd still be done the same. We'd just be silent and have no voice. We'd still be done the same way. Like all of these are in all these cases have been and are. Y'all just don't want to hear about it because it makes you uncomfortable. And that hurts because you participate in it. And a lot of you participated for years in all these cases. It makes you uncomfortable us being here. Speaking. Because you know what each of your comments and all the things you do in this area is having on a real life. One that has been able to be silenced. And that's a terrible thing to ask those who this is being done to go silent. Just for your comfort. And so you can pretend like what you do is true crime junkies and connoisseurs and this and the other. What it actually does to real lives in real times around these real cases. It's uncomfortable to sit in that. Hear it. Just like it is for monsters and abusers. They want you to go silent. It's uncomfortable to sit in. It's uncomfortable to own, to hear. So I won't go silent. For all those and all the other cases prior to Summers who this place is forced to go silent and his voice never gained traction, who were able to be discredited, discarded so easy, blackmailed, harmed, hurt, frightened, threatened, their lives destroyed into silence. I won't be that. And that is exactly why it's time. And why this matters greatly where it concerns Bones and court settings and doing what's right, win, lose, or draw. It's time. Somebody has to. Somebody has to. Win, lose, or draw. And no matter what it leaves away for others, leaves proof of, it leaves weight, it leaves evidence of, it leaves pieces of, it leaves patterns of, helps law enforcement, helps others in other communities, families, victims, survivors, etc., around all these cases moving forward, and hopefully in the past too, to have weight behind them. Shows patterns, even to all these studios and media outlets and things, on what these people really are, how they really do. And that will matter. And the more of us that grow, voices grow, the more that's left behind us, win, lose, or draw, the more it saves, the more it helps, the more mountain of evidence there to get change going. And it matters. It matters. Win, lose, or draw. So, yeah. Win, lose. It's the right thing. And it's the right moment in time. And it's the right way. To start with. And win, lose, or draw, I'll start pulling up the next and the next and the next and the next. Because win, lose, or draw, those two will make a difference. It will get certain information into court settings. It will leave behind the pebbles that need to be. And it will help others. Maybe not us, but it will help others. And that's what matters, because things are bigger than just us. You're right, dear YouTube. They're bigger than Jody Sue. And Jody Sue knows that. Now, I ain't trying to pull no, prayer garden or bullhorn talking about some shit in third person stuff, but you're right. It's not about my voice on domestic violence is about others. It always has been. My voice on tragedy events has been about everything here and summer, but also these other cases. Always has been. It's about change. I am but one person, but there are many others in the past. There will be others in the future, and it is far larger than us. So you're right. And my walk here has never been about just Little and I, or Eldest, or Monster. Not ever. Justice, change, helping others reach out of the darkness, helping others' voices grow. Anyway, so since the stupid cat and the Bones and everybody else are fucking around and finding out and trying to destroy Little's list again, like they always do. Right. And they're trying to add that into the side fish and say blah blah. She's blah 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 blah. There, I'm just to piss them off today. And because can. Today I'm going to include Little's B-Day list for in a few days. And if you prefer, and I would honestly prefer, so Little, go put up some flags for summer instead on the 4th and 5th. Please laminate them if you can. They will last longer though, out in the open. Right. Also, there's been this thing we've been planning. I was going to do it this month before it turned cold, situation-wise. Things didn't quite turn out, but we're trying to do this thing very quietly so the public wouldn't get wind of it for summer. Right now, as you can see, tragedy pimps are hitting the ground and going to, and things are escalating around us to where it's pretty sketchy around here. So it's kind of put certain things off, but I don't know, as I and others have been talking, we may include the public in this thing for summer. Um, and it's been on my mind since Ryan and Jen did a certain thing that's pretty foul in December. And I was like, damn, this is so simple of an idea, you know. But, if we do make it publicly known, I'll stay with a certain group of people, but, if others here locally, otherwise, and around the country want to participate, you know, I probably just won't say what dates we're doing it here. But I'll probably give out the idea, hopefully, to the public, and it can be carried forward far beyond us and here in East Tennessee. But I think saturating this area in particular in Northeast Tennessee and down towards mid Tennessee, up towards Kentucky, a little bit down in Georgia, all that will be a very good idea with this in particular. But across the country couldn't hurt either. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Also, just I don't be fluttering anyway. The problem with that is I always find a way to. For me, I always ask, like, no filming, no. Hey, look, I got the homeless guy burger here, dear YouTube and social media, you know. So if I have others go with us to saturate as many areas as possible and do all these things, with certain stuff and to help with certain things, I need it to be certain types of people that are comfortable in certain situations and coming face to face with certain people and who have a little bit of cojones and aren't going to freak out and aren't going to film everything, everybody. If they come face to face with Iron Little, they're not going to film us, not going to record us, not going to try to get near us, instead of doing what's right for summer. So I'm going to try to figure that out in the next few days as well. It's somewhere in the middle of all this. Y'all ever seen that meme on Facebook? Little girl with the hairbrush in the door, and she's like, that's how I feel some days about how to describe this place. If there was an image that fell about this place most days, it'd be that little girl with the hairbrush in the door, just, you know. Excuse me. I swapped to Dr. Pepper. My bad. So, oh, I don't know. Still weighing. But I think we do really need help saturating in all the places and far bigger than what we could acquire in those groups here. And the people who run certain help services and stuff around here can help us with their volunteers and things too, and are willing to participate. That I know for a fact are going to participate, but I'm just trying to get it all together, man. And some of this crap, let's put it behind. It was already supposed to occur, so I don't know. I'm weighing it. We'll see. And then I'm also waiting for the tragedy pimps to clear the ground. And the rising truckery to lower a little bit. So, because right now it's too sketch to be out and so many to know that we're out or to catch wind of us being out for lengths of any time and you know all that. So, we'll see. You know, blatantly, I don't. I don't know. I just clicked the same link that I put in chat. In chat. It works just fine to bring up things, so. What else she got on here? What the hell is that? Now? What the hell is that? Really? Okay. What is that? Okay. Curl stuff. Twist something. Body jewelry. Gosh, she's as bad as Eldest. She's got an emergency kit on here and Gatorade pods. Kit. What is this? Couple games. Oh yeah, she's out of people. Okay. Alright, you should a little. You should a whatever. Don't it? I don't know. She says though. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, let me see. See if I can click on it. I think that's what that is, right? Plus symbol? Ha! It says something about Ranger and underneath the dog's rainbow. It does tell me sorry couldn't find it, too. So I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell it means either, Blake. No clue. Hmm. I'll see if she wants to add some more little things on there or something. Because that was recommended to her with her other list, just to add little things so everybody want to do something. Just even little to do that, you know. So, yeah, I don't know why she's got an emergency kit on there, y'all. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a bag that looks like it. Oh. It's either some sort of just cute bag or it's emergency kit. I don't know. But I don't know why it's not. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I'll see if she wants to add a few little things, and that way everybody has smaller things to choose from, or whatever if they want to. Can, etc. You know how it rolls around here. If you can, you can. If you don't, you don't. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Nobody's asking. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So, and even little prefers that you put up flyers on the towards a bit. So there's that. Please do. Mm. And Ann's, did she not have gift cards on there? I don't know. I thought she said she did. I don't know. Man, somebody fucked with our list. Again. Seriously. Enhance, can you click and see if... Oh, man, if I had done this again a little... This would not be the first time they've done it. Yes to what enhanced? Are all the damn links coming up? Sorry. I swear if I've done it again to our list. How many times have I been through this? Hold on, let me contact Little. Alright, so far, here's what I figured out. Ish. It's working just fine if you use the app. It seems to be giving this sorry not available link for any things if you're using it through Chrome. But if you open it with another browser, all those things are available. But, and I don't know why it's doing that. Neither does Little. But Little tells me it's working fine through the app, and if you open it with other browsers other than Chrome for some reason. So, no idea what that is. No idea. I'm just typing. I'm like, the other times they're not screwing with it somewhere around here. Like, no, they have to do with all of her usual F the tragedy pimp list. She uses to sort of stay and make fun of him with and whatnot that stays throughout the years down right now. But we had to have it set in a certain way by Amazon to keep them from screwing with it. Here in Tragedy Pimp World, last year, when she had enough, she's like, hell with it. And she's like, I was like, give it up, I don't care. I had a freaking Ferrari to it for all your shit. And it's her little way of protesting against this group and their bullshit, like Keys and Smiley and girls and all that as they screw with it. But right now that one's hidden and this one's up, whatever. But it wouldn't surprise me if they found a way to do whatever. But right now it looks like as long as it's through the app, I'm told, or as long as you open that list with another browser other than Chrome. I don't know. And Little herself is who removed the gift cards the other day. They weren't purchased. She removed them because they weren't showing up or doing something. So that's why those are no longer there. That's what I'm being told currently. So something about they weren't showing up right or something. I don't know what that means. Enhanced has me cracking up. Could it be a train? Is your 4-pound Pomeranian a train enhanced? Yeah. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. It's a plane, it's a train. No, it's a Pomeranian. It's Superman. Jesus. Well, it's better to die of laughter. Uh, know what this reminds me of? You remember that in the way back of Tragedy Pit Failure? Do you remember the whole like 6 weeks around the Gray Hughes thing, or chasing and Benny and all, the Benny and the Jets, and Benny and his crew for a while come in as Benny and the Jets in each room and terrorize and super troll and everybody, and it was his mods crying like instead of a pack of 56-year-old women, it was them, I don't know, being wild and Benny and the Jets, and all I could ever think was Elton John and how they were damn ruining it for me. But it had something to do with Gray Hughes and a plane and how Benny was whatever. There was thumbnails of Benny and like some damn Top Gun shit. I don't know. Y'all remember that portion of these past several years? They damn near ruined Elton John for me. Damn near did. It was weird. It's weird. I mean, really, I remember him super bombing each chat coming in and like the tons at that point and having a little airplane emojis. And even then, I was like, oh, a bunch of 40, 50, 60, 80-year-old women over here with the forsaken plane emojis. Going Benny in the Jets. Cringe. You know? Yeah, well, that's like the pandas. They putting shit on pandas that does not need to be on the pandas around here. Unicorns, I don't remember which cycle that was. There's a cycle of a bunch of critters stealing my sunflowers and doing weird stuff with those. Namely some of the worst of the worst, who still include those in their own purpose. I'm like, you weren't no sunflower man. More like a stinkweed. It's weird, isn't it? Civilization went from hieroglyphs to written, yeah, all these things, these different languages throughout time, and here we are back to freaking cave wall paintings, but on an online mean hieroglyphic. I just, holy shit, we're, you know, losing the ability to speak, attention spans, having conversations at all. Now we're just back to throwing emojis at each other. You know, cave wall, hieroglyphs. Like, fuck it, the whole day can be described in one eggplant. You know? Whole day. Like, you want some papyrus with that? Would you like a piece of flint or something? I don't know. Enhanced it did, but now it has connotations because of obviously World War II and Hitler and his band of procurers around the world, around different religions and belief systems, and taking some of their symbols and making them hard up. Unfortunate that also that weirdo had a thing for, the supernatural and the weird and religion shit. Look how many cultures they like. I just, you know, Buddhism and all these other and stuff that were just run through by monsters and things taken and made from something that meant something beautiful into something now that means instantly to us it's no longer recognized as something beautiful. It's sign of horror, terror, the worst bloodshed known on this planet, you know? Something so small. Taken by monsters and now no longer really allowed to be used by those who had it as a thing of beauty. It's wild, isn't it? What monsters can do with little things. But yeah, I know, you know, the whole damn day can be described now in an eggplant emoji. Or, I don't know, whatever. Palm tree, angry face. I'm like, oh. And the acronyms, everything is shortened down of words and the leaving off of things. I'm like, oh my god, do you realize it actually takes your brain longer to, instead of typing out or writing the whole word, it takes your brain longer to process the shortening of, or it takes other brains longer to process the reading or trying to interpret those things. You're doing no favors for language, yourself, or timing by shortening or creating acronyms, or I don't know. I hate it. I love language. Language is such a beautiful thing across the world. Symbol, all these things. People are just hacking it off bits. Real conversations, real attention spans, communication skills, togetherness, you know, technology's definitely playing a role. Autocorrect, autofill, I hate those things. The worst. I always turn them off on mine. Because I'd rather think for myself and keep abreast of instead of relying on the device to do. You know, uh, even my worst brain fog days, I'm like, no. And I don't trust autofill and autocorrect. I just, those fuckers, how many times we went from duckers to fucker? Finally, mine gave up eons ago, years ago. It was like, no, she really means fuck. Quit it with the quackery, you know? She really means that fuck. So it finally stopped that. You'd be amazed how long it takes to train that shit to stop ducking with you. So, damn ducking algorithms, not a fill, not a great. You know, one thing I've used around here, because, you know, I do love language. It's like they often hammer at me about the etc., right? And they've not realized it's something I've used here. Because often those pretending to be me will forget. They won't forget my ellipses when they're trying to type or seem just like me. But they'll often do that in the right way. And that gives them away. It's pretty helpful. Little pebbles. So I don't say much about it. They do. Because it's just time to say some things out in the open. Like, well, track and find. Seek and save, bro. That's all I'm saying. There's been things. And then, like, people trying to talk. Like, the thing is, it's like, their autocorrect and autofills and things will often correct that itself. Whereas I know I have mine off. See how it works? Or Also, their spacing, usually. Because I hate the automatic spacing on devices. I'm like, that is not supposed to be a way. Stop it. Stop it. Knock it off. So, I will make it a point to fight my devices on the spacing bullshit. Oh, dear, Melissa. You know what's getting me is, I don't know what's going on with this current gen, but they're picking words. Like, they're hearing them, but they have no real context for them. Because people aren't speaking to one another, even their children anymore, I guess. And they're just seeing these words online. And they think wrongly they mean one thing, right? So then they're using them in sentences and in conversations because they think wrongly this word that they've picked or read online or whatever means something that it doesn't. And then when they're saying it's confusing the shit out of the rest of us. And it's not the usual length of it. Like, language is changing so drastically with this, like, the youngest generation right now, preteens, that where we as adults and also the interaction with each other and stuff, and they're left with online, and they see somebody on TikTok or anywhere else online using these words wrongly because that one has a misunderstanding of what a word means, then it takes off amongst the others. Then they think that's what that word means. The other day I heard one little said something to me and I was like, the fuck did you say? And little was like, blah blah blah. And I was like, that is not what. I was like, what do you mean? What? Huh? I was like, how the hell am I even supposed to know? What? And it's more than just generational gaps, right? The change of language is happening faster because a lot of these kids are not, I mean, conversations with parents, real people, it's just devices, they're reading it. One's wrong, algorithms take off, something takes off on TikTok, then they all think that word means whatever the one wrong one thought it meant. And the other day I had to explain, I know one of the things, because this happens pretty frequently here, so I know it's drastically changing and very rapidly, more so than natural courses of language has changed throughout history between generation and generation. This happens quite frequently here in this household. I'm like, the fuck did you just say? But this one was a, oh God word. And was like, what? And I was like, oh my God. It's not what I mean. She's like, but yeah, because this video of this guy and it's a thing now. I was like, no, your people cannot just take a word and make it whatever you want it to mean now. It's not how this works. She's like, but throughout history, Mom. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. And she's like, well, look at this word back in whatever. And remember, the J's didn't exist, before Jesus and during those. I was like, I understand all this. You know, I was like, kid, this is no. And she's like, but this one on TikTok. And I'm like, I don't care. That one guy was wrong, and now it's, gone viral. And because he's using that word wrong, so are all the rest of you now. But that word is a bad word with bad connotations to I and other generations, and I'm not that far removed from you. So yeah, that happens frequently, and then I'm like, no, this is more than language change. I need you to be aware of what these words mean. Um, so you're not wrong. I don't care what right now, and attempted extreme word shifts overnight, and from someone that went viral and didn't know what the word meant because they were online and read it, took it wrong, or using it wrongly, and it's about I don't need it. So here's the meaning of these words. It happens right here quite a bit, but yeah, there's a few I've been like, oh, wait, what did you just say? And what? I'm like, that isn't no, no, you know. So language right now, especially because of viral videos, and kids you can't fault them. They're just reading. It's much like often when you hear somebody mispronounce a word, it's because they've read it, but they've not really used it in conversation or heard others use it. So don't always pick at it because it just means they've not heard it used correctly or whatever and audibly. But it doesn't mean at least they're reading. So either way, the point is that um, this is changing extremely rapidly in a time span it should be, and like the age gap between little eldest and I is not that far, and it shouldn't be what it is, but it's happening. But it's happening because of social media and tech and people not having conversations, as and also because some of these words I don't use around my children. Other people or the internet are though, and so then I'm like, wow. So obviously, I've not had these conversations with these words and stuff. But so I'm finding myself to explain so that they're not used. Oh my god, you know. Yeah, they're probably some of the. It's disheartening for society, but lately it's created some of the best little laughs and conversations. I don't know. These people always ask me, are they screaming? 6 hour, 12 hour, whatever lives. What do you do? Where's Little? Man, I spend more time with Little every day than most of y'all spend with your kids in a week. And all the debates and talks and science and politics and this child is brilliant, and the conversations we have and that she very much loves as well, or her and eldest son on the phone. I mean, they're beautiful things and they mean the world to me. And I've always actively as both of their mothers, it's something we've done daily their whole life. That I spent time even with them as toddlers when they were like, blah, 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 and I talked to them like they were people. So, you know, I always read to them, count endless nights. Mama, read another one. Mama, will you make us up a story? I'd run out of books for that night, or we'd make up stories together. Right. I want them to tell one part, and the other one do another one do this, and snacks, whatever. Mama, can you make me story on this, that, and the other story? Mama, can you? Just one more book. But anyway, I've you know. So it's just a little insight when I get up there to politics, far-reaching things, far more than, well, how was your day? And, whatever, you know. Well, okay, here's advice. Go on somewhere. No, we don't do that. We also eat dinner together every day, breakfast, you know. Even though our schedules are a little bizarre and weird, make it a point to do that. Um, yeah, I do love these two so much. More than anything. And I've been so fucking lucky to be their mom. No, dear. Those are happy tears, I swear. Just more about. No. Yeah, and I don't realize most of the time when I'm on there, she's doing her stuff and all that, and during the schedules that fit and work for us, or she's just doing teenage stuff too. Rest of them off here, I'm off here. I mean, unlike most of these crazy runners, stay on the phone or in each other's chats or whatever, you know. I have maybe box, but I ain't here 24/7. Some of these sons of bitches make it seem like they have 48 and 24. It's weird. I ain't like that. So anyway, and I think tonight, we're actually gonna maybe have subs. I'm not sure. Depends. Depends on little. That's what I threw out there into the what you want for dinner a minute ago. Universe. And I'm still waiting on a teen response back to that. So we'll see. But yeah. Anyway, that's what else says about the list is that open a browser. It's not Chrome or use the app. It's working fine. I don't know. It is what it is. Regardless, for her and I both, you know, flyers put out for summer cool on the 4th. For two not so removed from each other in birth dates or hills or monsters. Put summer's flyer out for both. Maybe if you print your own, maybe I don't know, maybe put out summer's flyer and also maybe flyers for the domestic violence universal hand signal for help and Little's honor. And because Davey played a role on both hills. And it matters. And it can save lives. And isn't that really better than anything in a box or book? Little things. Pebbles, ripples. It's up to you. Your little's 21. Love. Look how it's weird. I don't care how old they. It's like when you know, you know, I get the love you mamas from eldest. The mama just makes you just. I don't know. Does something for your soul, doesn't it? Love you, mom. It always makes me want to cry and smile at the same time. No matter a million times I've heard them say it, and I've been lucky enough that I've got to that they don't have to be like love you and forced to say. I mean, I've always made it a point to tell each other we love one another, even when having their bad days or anything else. Like all folks, I guess, but you never leave one another or part ways without I love you. Every night, morning, little and eldest, right night with them. There's always love you. Good night, good morning. Anytime any of us step out the door, love you. See you later. With no hesitation and eye teeth pulled even through all their teenage years and now one into adulthood. They're they're good humans. And they're their own human beings and they're far different than I. I raised them always when I'm little. Don't walk and quack and talk like me. Be your own person. Do this here, but always do your homework. Always do research. Always make yourself informed of all things before coming to your own conclusion, your own belief systems, who you are, what you are, etc. But you're not put here on this earth to be a spitting copy of me, and that's not what's going to make me proud. What's going to make me proud is you're your own human beings with beautiful minds and souls who can walk and talk for yourselves and have spine to be who you are and what you are in the face of a world who wants you to conform to it instead of just being yourself amidst it. So, I don't need legacies and things that walk, talk, and believe exactly as I do. So, nobody deserves to be brought into this earth and then told they had to be an exact copy of or believe exactly like parents or family members or their whole genetic line has. They're individuals, man. Just ask they be educated enough to make their own informed decisions and make it from there. That's it. And they have done well with that. Anyway, guys. I hear they're all on the shit show train. Some, I guess, having meltdowns probably over everything here today. Probably trying to pick out or clip aha or set up moments or anything else and all this. I don't really care. Yes, I'm aware of what's supposed to be tonight. I don't care about that either. Yet, I'll try to ignore it. Instead have dinner with little. Maybe keep wearing enough of to report or pick up or do whatever necessary if it gets far too out of hand, but otherwise, I don't know. I don't feel like being tormented really today. And I've been kept a little busy today. Luckily, it's just Wednesday. So tomorrow's another day. But I got a bit of everything this morning, so that's fine too. So, I'm gonna be out here for a day or two. I'm trying to finish this up with no more distractions or any targeted torment to take me down health-wise or not feel good and not be able to accomplish what I need to over the next few days. And so they can, I don't know, continue to leave a mountain of evidence as they call in and fuck with and tamper with and call in crazy shit to places who are well aware of their games. And if they want to do that and they want to misuse and they want to leave another mountain of their predictable patterns with all these places as they once again leave evidence, they try to do this to get out of whatever to try to discredit. I mean, these places, especially this one, is well aware of that game. And I'm sure they're going to take it as. And probably already are in the past day or two with Janky Hips there. And that ain't going to look good with her 2-3 weeks ago thing where she threatened me with witness intimidation and all that either. So, they're well aware that they start doing this in advance of certain things and court stuff or when I'm going to do whatever. So, just leaving more evidence of how this group works for law enforcement and those here in the world paying attention to how they operate and those in and around other active and ongoing investigations. So, let them carry on. And, anyway, guys, yeah, here, and so we're entirely transparent at the end of this day. Okay, when I forgot to ask little, because the last one sent, the 20 was marked for her or court stuff. But either way, as it says, that. Okay. And this one sits at that, though there's still 15 up in there, 1455. So, there you go. I think we're pretty well on our way. Maybe already done. So, alright. Anyway, y'all, I think I'm out of here for the night. Hopefully, should we do one last waltz with the devils? Should we? Probably not. Probably not. Yikes. You know, when somebody puts in a sentence, I can't make them respond or do what I'm asking. Yikes. Who the oh, it's that one. Oh, God. Yeah, I know. It's a bunch of creeping. Okay. There's so much distraction over there and shit and curled all around the teams and I just whatever. Scott H owes us all an apology for unleashing this shit upon the world, building it, honing it, and then it trying to play this shit and trying to Buffalo Bill crawling everybody's skin all the damn time. I just can't with it. I'm over it. I'm not taking that distraction to see yellow red. Just ain't right now. Yeah, dear. Oh God. Oh no. Holy shit, that wouldn't have been live twice. Oh, y'all tried hard to do it. Bless me. Let's bless. Of course that one's on that. No, you don't say. No, that one really? Oh yeah, it did do the thing. Mm, mm, mm. I don't even want to know about that one. Nah, I'm good. Alright. I think I'm good. They're awful quiet. They're up to fuckery. They're letting 2 or 3 pointed crew do most of their bullshit around here lately. And the baby builder bears and whatever. I don't care. Running the extreme rooms, I guess. Same shit, different day. I got done for it. So anyway, I'm gonna try to ignore the bullshittery tonight unless absolutely necessary. Um, huh? Okay. What the hell does that even make sense? How the hell does it go at that? Okay. But how does that make sense, man? You can hear the people here doing it. You said, okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't even know care. And just got a message about current attempted flip-flopping, bullshittery, goofy scenarios and narratives being pushed out by those who are feeling the uh-oh right now. I don't even know. Whatever. I don't even know how the fuck that's gonna work for them. Huh? Bro, I ain't watching that shit either. I don't even know want to. I don't want to. Alright, so anyway. Y'all watch these streets. They treacherous right now. And, I can't. I'd rather have a sub and a good conversation in a movie. And we'll see what shakes somewhere else, and I'll keep kind of a side eye. It's too out of hand. Right. And it may stop having mercy and pick up phones and all kinds of lovely shit, or using that fucking report feature to take shit down live in real time. All kinds of lovely things. It just depends. But what I won't be is tormented, silenced, bullied, harassed, profited off of. You know, those days are done, my dudes. Whether you can still try to do it, or it's having an effect on our lives, whatever. That's what this is about. We're gonna start stopping it, so that it sets an example, paves the way, path work laid, all these things. One voice, one pebble, one spark, right, guys? Win, lose, draw. Alright, y'all. As always, please do share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for help. Y'all know it can and does save lives across the board. Medical emergencies, those with disabilities, stroke patients, heart attacks, those alone. Not just attempted kidnappings or abductions and things in public where it can be seen, but also in home or private settings where they can tap devices and friends can recognize this area and get help with them. Alright, so, and one day as tech advances enough to meet call centers, the astronomical amount of lives it can save. I mean, it's unfathomable. Like, it would be unreal. So the more y'all share, the more can learn, the more can recognize. Also, please do share Summer's picture, information, color by name. By information, you know exactly what I mean. That does not include tragedy events, social media. It does not mean any of our dumbasses around anything speaking of anything, because we're not the end all be all. Not everything from everybody's a thing, and hell, most of it may not be shit, period, but, you know. So therefore, all we can do is pick from our perspective, our lives, what we seen, heard, etc., what we're comfortable with giving, what we shouldn't, all these things apply there. So, always stick with local surrounding law enforcement, local investigative journalists, real ones, not those like the bullhorn jailers and Indians. You know how I feel about the Indians and the fist bumping of the bullhorns in front of the Idaho Force. Sorry, it just left a taste on that. Okay? Stick with the Ansleys, the Bobos, and others. Also do yourself and Summer a favor. Go over to the Fed's website, look for the Q&A on Summer and her case. There's a great deal of information and basics over there that are covered that would keep you all from being misled, screwed around with, and made to drink Kool-Aid and narratives and garbage by tragedy pimps for any longer. And in that way, it keeps them along a certain pathway to where they can't deviate off of it, and they can only push out so much other shit on you all in the world and use Summer in her name and all sort of stuff. It makes them keep it in certain bounds. It keeps them from keeping you all stupid, unaware, and using you to get up to the worst stunts and things around all these open and active cases, because they do pull the same thing in all cases. Playbook 101. If you cannot find it easily on the Fed's website, please do be aware that you can go to Rogers Review. Search criteria I would recommend is Jeff Bobo, Rogers Review, Summer Wells. It should bring up the articles where Bobo has included the link for, and to take you to exactly that Q&A on the Fed's website for Summer. Also, I would highly suggest going and subbing up to Hawkins County News over here on YouTube, to Times News as well, and going back and way back in the earliest untainted interviews and things like that by those who inset and wound around certain people and things around Summer within days, Bobo has some of the best. So, remain, especially if you get your hands on the ones that maybe haven't been poofed or things. Anyway, but Bobo has those on Hawkins News, Times News. I think Rogers Review as well. The other reporters have those in the earliest days. I think those count most. Where most of the truth lies. You get what I'm saying? Because I think there's a hell of a lot tainted by people on purpose within just a few days of Summer vanishing, and definitely by, I don't know, 2-week mark. As you can see with old Salted Earth and the Floppy and all those, and all the others. So, anyway, throughout all this, shares and all those played such a drastic role in everything, including writing the scripts, tampering with everything, including the first interviews you all seen and everything else. Watch yourselves as treacherous out there, but for Summer's sake, please stick with real law enforcement, local surrounding, the state police, TBI, FBI, etc., and real investigative journalists. Real ones. On the ground ones. Closer the better. Although I will tell you there's a difference in what was being released here locally from news outlets as opposed to, say, mid-state. So definitely check out some of the mid-state like Knoxville and things. There's a reason the news in both places was different. I mean, tools are tools sometimes. So it's always worth going back to basics, especially the ones that matter. Sharing all these things. With Summer's picture information, it's a very tangible way to help find her, to bring her home to her community, her brothers, law enforcement, courts, so that she and they can tell her story for her. Because they're the only ones that need to and deserve to do so. Simple as that. It's also, wildly enough, a good way to shake loose keys. And hopefully the person or persons responsible for June 15th and Summer vanishing seemingly off the earth, which no one does, and we all know that. Someone is responsible. So it is a good way when you share a picture, information, and call her by her name, to even shake loose, hopefully, the person or persons responsible. Maybe one day they'll get tired of looking at us to her face and real information instead of tragedy pimp or social media or anything like that. Real information that maybe makes them feel a certain type of way, like an uh-oh type of way, like they won't get away with forever. And somebody random notices it, or they do the right thing at some point, walk up the right steps, pick up the phone, turn themselves in, you never know, or somebody random notices they're paying just a little bit too much attention every time Summer's face is on a screen around them, or shared, or shown, or they act different, or they're too invested in, or too interested in something, or some key falls for them, and they go, holy shit. And they've had it all along, and they pick up the phone, and they turn whoever it is in. I know it sounds insane, or crazy to most, but simply sharing Summer's picture, her information, calling her by her name, can indeed do those things. So please continue to share. Alright. Don't forget her. Hold space for her. Alright, y'all. I wish all of you a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. Hope y'all are happy, safe, healthy, and I hope the weather's not too wild where you are. It's dropping here again. I hope you have a good friend, a good book, a good fuzzy critter, or a good warm blanket, and you're doing whatever makes you happiest, most comfortable, finding peace in your world and realm. Alright. And none of us perfect. And we ain't all happy, and we all ain't angels or falling flakes of snow. And we'll never reach Mr. Rogers or Bob Ross status, okay? Just how it is. But we can indeed kick out good pebbles and be sparks in the darkness when where we can. And your voice, like everyone else's, singular or not, doesn't matter. You can enact change just randomly when and where you can. By being a little bit of a voice, by being a pebble, by being a spark. Just randomly. When and where you can. It can change lives all the way across the world you may never know and see. You can travel from a small smile to a whole life saved, and you'll never know it. But little ripples do create tsunamis. Sparks create infernos. Voices upon voices create symphonies. Anyway, you have a good night, good morning, and good evening on this tiny little speck in vast space amongst all the stars. And remember, some things are bigger than all of us. Night, y'all.